I just got back from vacation. What did I... Oh, what happened this week? Roll the intro, Carson.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Look at that. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome to this week's Flame Trench, which, given the events of the week, is going to prove to be extra spicy. We have a lot to talk about, though, not just the horrors, but also a whole bunch of fun stuff. Yeah, the horrors that you missed while you're on vacation, EJ. I'm joined with our I butchered it. I never butcher it.
Wow.
Ever competent cohort of co-hosts, starting off with EJ. How's it going, my guy?
I'm good. It's been a week.
It has. It has absolutely been a week. I don't know if you can see my face, but it's been a week. Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm just like, all right.
Maybe we should have like a segment on the show that's like coping mechanisms. It's like, what's your coping mechanism du jour? Is it like breathing into a paper bag? Is it working on your car in the garage? Something along those lines.
Yeah, that's it. Working on my car in the garage and then having it brand me because welding upside down drops hot slag on you and it goes down your sleeve.
Ooh.
That's my coping mechanism. It's fine.
Hey, if you're feeling pain though, you can't feel sad about insert everything.
Whoa. What? What did you just...
Also joining us on commentary. No, I'm going to segue. It's a segue now. Also joining us on commentary this week is Sawyer. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I can already tell from your background that sparks are going to fly this week in this conversation on the Flame Trench here.
Boo.
Hey, my coping mechanisms are making terrible, terrible puns and drinking lots and lots of caffeine, so let's do it.
All right. Well, I think we should start off with the big elephant in the room. I'm going to throw this one to you, Sawyer, to start us off. iSpace loses contact with lunar lander. No moon landing for iSpace.
Well, technically it landed. It's just very likely in multiple pieces and a very hard landing. So, yes, Hakuto R Mission 2, which kind of had a ride share on its launch with Blue Ghost. Blue Ghost did successfully touch down on the moon earlier this year, but Hakuto R kind of took the long way round. It started off with a very eccentric orbit going super long, far out, before eventually making its way into a very eccentric lunar orbit, and then circularizing at 100 kilometers. So basically, they had a 10-step success program. They had 10 goals that they wanted to complete. They got steps 1 through 8 done perfectly, which was do all the techs, the test outs and everything, get it into orbit around the moon. The last 2 were to land and then establish communication. So as they were on their way down, everything seemed to be going okay. They ignited the main engine and the 6 assistant engines on the side. It was about to do its pitch up maneuver, so it was going to pitch up, and then it was going to work its way down to the surface, have the camera on board say, hey, I can see my landing site, and then use those 7-ish engines to slow itself down. For some reason, though, right as it was doing that pitch, something went very, very wrong. The data, if you were watching it live with Max and I, it very quickly gained speed and dropped altitude at a very fast rate. It was about 180-ish kilometers off the surface, and it was going or 50 something kilometers off the surface, going 180 something kilometers an hour. It was a little fast, to say the least. So, as a result, we were waiting for confirmation, and we did not hear any. The official statement from iSpace in regards to what happened was that the laser rangefinder used to measure the distance to the lunar surface experienced delays in obtaining valid measurement values. As a result, the lander was unable to decelerate sufficiently to reach the required speed for the planned lunar landing. Based on these circumstances, it is currently assumed that the lander likely performed a hard landing on the lunar surface. Now, interestingly, Hakuto R Mission 1 had a slightly different issue, kind of along the same lines, but still different. As it was coming down, there was it went over a crater wall, and as it was getting the data sent to it, the computer's like, no, this is so wrong. This can't be correct data. I'm going to ignore it. Turns out it was correct data, and so they thought it was right above the surface hovering. It turns out it was 5 kilometers above the surface hovering, and then when the engines shut down, when it ran out of fuel, that was that crash. So they're 0 for 2, but that's amazing that they've gotten to the moon twice. They've gotten into the landing phase twice. They've gotten so close, so hopefully third time will be the charm.
Yeah, hopefully. It's always a treat whenever we get something landing on the moon. Like, it feels like a big deal. Like, in the same way that a satellite launch feels different than like a crewed launch. Would you agree, Sawyer? Like, does a moon landing sort of feel like on a level of its own?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where we get into orbit a lot. I don't mean to downplay because we always say space is hard, but we're so used to seeing things make it into orbit around the Earth. We've seen things get into orbit around the moon, but for some reason, that landing is super difficult to get. We also haven't seen that many lunar landings in the last 50 years. I mean, one of the questions that I saw people asking during the stream and after when I posted on X about it was, why does it seem like it was so easy in the 1970s and it's so difficult now? And I think that's an interesting question to kind of talk about too. I think a lot of people do forget the fact that, those for the Apollo program were crewed. So they had people actually helping to steer it versus having to do it autonomously. But I mean, that's interesting because we had a bunch of landers on the moon prior to the Apollo missions. Seems like there haven't been that many successes since.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. We were sort of talking about this on the simultaneous aborted static fire stream yesterday, just a little bit. Like, why are these companies finding it so hard? Is landing on the moon actually much harder than we have been thinking for all this time? I think, this is my own opinion, and I'm curious what EJ thinks as well.
Hi.
That we accomplished that feat by exerting the might of our entire nation's industrial base. Whereas these landers are part of like the CLIPS program, right? They're supposed to be small, they're supposed to be cheap, and they're operated by private companies. So it's almost like, and I don't want to say this to like denigrate any company or anything, but it's almost like you're taking I don't know anything about sports. Baseball, one of the baseball teams, it's like not the main team, but it's like a farm team or whatever. I don't know anything about sports. So you're taking them and putting them in the baseball Super Bowl, World Series, Cup, Series. Yeah, it's like that. EJ, right?
Yes, it is exactly like that.
Sandwich between two baseball fans here, yeah.
That was extremely satisfying to do and watch EJ's face during.
EJ and I went to a Red Sox game together. This is very painful, Jack. Just saying.
I'm sorry. Wait. So what do you think though? Like, why landing on moon so hard? Am I on the right track, or is it something else?
Well, okay. So, Jack, you're talking about farm teams are right. You're talking about a minor league team versus a major league team. So, all right, Jack's baseball analogy, right? In baseball, you have minor and major league teams. For the people that play football in the rest of the world, think about it like you have Premier Championship leagues, right? You have lower teams, you have lower brackets, but there's no relegation rules in baseball, all right? So players go from the lower teams up to the higher teams, okay? Not the team itself moving, right? So Jack, it's a pretty astute analogy, to be honest with you. I mean, when you think about it like that, you're like, oh, well, you have a AAA or a minor league team, right? Playing in the World Series. Like, obviously they're going to get their butt handed to them. But here's the thing. I think it's astute in the fact that the minor league teams often have less inexperience. They have less experience. Rookies play on minor league teams. And you work as a player, you work your way up, right?
Yeah. Part of the purpose of those teams is to build up the roster of players who can then move up. Again, I know nothing about sports. I'm just trying to set you up to talk, because this is great.
I know a lot about sport. I like sports, but anyway, yeah. Chris B is like, he knows what Family Championship relegation is. Oh, yeah, that's you. That's what you sound like. I'm sorry, man. That was my boss. I just said that too. But anyway, no. Yeah, I do. I actually like football for what it's worth. Your football, not soccer. Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, so
it's got to be your bowl.
It's got to be no. I tell you, I could look at a T-bone by sticking my head up. No, it's got to be your bull. Anyway, no. All right. Jokes aside, I think it's inexperience. It's just inexperience. We haven't, I mean, sorry, I think you answered the question when you said everybody asks why haven't they done this since the Apollo programs? Like, why haven't we done this? Why haven't we done it? Well, that's the reason why people are failing, because we have not done this. They're new. It's a new thing. Like, a lot of the people that worked on the systems that sent Apollo and Surveyor, Apollo missions, obviously, and then Surveyor before that, a lot of the people that sent that stuff to the moon are it's unfortunate, but they're not around. And even if they were, whatever systems they were using are horribly outdated. They're nothing compared to a modern guidance system on a spacecraft.
Right.
So, eventually we don't just have those skills for landing on the moon. It's I'm just going to go file my lunar landing skills in my lunar landing skill cabinet and put that over there, and 50 years later take it out and be like, dust it off, it's good to go, here you go, we're just going to pick up right where we left off. No, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. People are going to fail. We just like the Surveyor program had problems. Surveyor, I think it was 1 crashed into the surface, just like this one did. I think 2 worked, and then actually no. It's got to be your bull. No, I mean, 2 of the surveys out of the first 3 failed. They failed. I mean, it was a direct lunar landing insertion, which is still kind of nuts, and it had a 2-stage lander with an SRB and hypergolic pressurization thrusters. But
wow.
But I digress. It's actually pretty crazy if you read about how they got those Surveyors to the moon. There's no circularization around the moon, direct insertion to the ground, which is pretty cool.
That's amazing.
But,
yeah. The point is that they crashed. They crashed. And you don't just keep these skills filed away. And like you say, it's part of the CLIPS program. The whole purpose of the commercial lunar payloads, the whole point of that program is you have these private companies going at it, and the missions are low risk with an extremely high reward. You're relearning the skills to go back to the moon. You're relearning the skills to build the lunar economy. That's what iSpace wants to do. That's what Astrobotic wants to do. That's what Intuitive Machines wants to do. All these companies that have all these landers, Firefly with Blue Ghost, that's pretty cool. That was pretty awesome. Pretty good stuff. All these companies want to do is they're going to have to learn it. You're going to have to learn how to do it again. And if it fails, so what? Launch another one. You're in uncharted territory. Nobody's done this for a half century. You're in way uncharted territory. We got to learn how to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of. Oh man, we're already getting started. I'm not a big fan of NASA being a jobs program in principle. We've talked about it when we talk about SLS a lot. But there is a case to be made that not allowing your industrial base and certain skills to atrophy is a meaningful use of funds, taxpayer or otherwise. And to your point, EJ, a lot of people that worked on all of the moon landers from back in the day are not around anymore, and all of those skills are atrophied. Like you said, you can't just go down to the store and pick up some moon landing plans and throw them in your pocket. So all these companies have to learn how to do this. This makes me happy, because I've been very curious. I mean, like I said, we were talking about it yesterday. I know you guys were talking about it on the moon landing stream. Like, why is this so hard? And I hope everybody out there that's watching, Sawyer, your tweet was great. I hope everybody out there watching understands that this stuff is incredibly hard, and it's being done on the cheap by private companies trying to learn how to basically reinvent this skill, but not on a nation state scale. And I mean, I think all 3 of us, everyone here at NSF, anyone that's a fan of spaceflight is just cheering all of these companies on. And it's not like oh, they failed. It's like, no, this is great. Try again. You got really close. Good job. Try again.
Dude, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. The commercial lunar payload services is low risk. It's low risk, high reward. These missions are not expensive in the scheme of things. Anyway, Sawyer, go.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a second. So,
Uh-oh.
yeah, I know. The horns are already coming out. You've got people saying, well, we were able to do it in the 60s and 70s with some of the later surveyor missions, things like that, ignoring the crewed missions for Apollo, ignoring the fact that you had actual people on actual controls being able to make real-time immediate adjustments. For those other robotic landers, like the surveyor missions, let's say, those used technology that had less computing power than a pocket calculator. Now we have LiDAR. We have real-time range finding. We have live computers that can calculate the surface below and adjust. You have HD cameras now. How come with all these upgrades in technology, it seems as though it is less successful than we had with much less advanced and sophisticated tools?
Yeah, I do think that's a really good point. Like, having a human in the loop makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean...
But you get what I'm saying,
Yeah.
though? The fact that the technology has dramatically improved in the last 50, 60 years, and yet somehow landing on the moon has gotten more and more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know that I would use the word difficult. Maybe it's been this difficult all along, and we're used to the previous paradigm. We're changing up our paradigms, man. All right, I'm sorry. My West Coast came out for a second.
Yeah,
EJ looks like he's gonna be sick. And you know what? I'm going to be sick when we start to talk about our next topic. But first, if you have any questions about the iSpace and Hokuto R mission, I did forget to say at the top of the show that if you have any questions, you can at NASA Spaceflight throw your question in chat, and we'll see it pop up in some software we have running in the background. So, yeah, I do want to run through a couple of these that have come in already. James is asking, do we know if there's going to be a third Hokuto mission? Sawyer?
Yep.
Yes,
EJ?
there is. There are plans for another one, so we will hopefully see Hokuto R Mission 3. I believe there's even been discussion for a fourth one, but there is another one planned in the works, and hopefully they will be able to make all of the changes and improvements from it. And also, they had this cool little red Swedish house that an artist made that was on this one that I thought was so stinking cute and so stinking cool. Hopefully they get to put another little mini house model on it by another artist. It was really cool. But yes, there is a plan for another one.
Awesome. Yeah, see, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Another question here from Starman. Trying to take something positive from all this, they say. I guess it's more of a statement. Trying to take something positive from all this. All the chaos has completely buried the news about the failed lunar landing. iSpace probably doesn't mind. But it's like the Matrix. You know, what is the character's name? Is it Switch? Where they're like, they answer the phone, they're like, not like this, and then they get roasted. Like, that's not like this.
Hey, spoilers, man. Jeez.
Bro, it's like a 20-something-year-old movie. I think at this point, I'm safe.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Also, I challenge most people who have seen The Matrix to point in a lineup which character is Switch, if that's even the right character. Anyways, you are so good at derailing my brain, dude. It's remarkable. At least I know I can get you by saying it's got to be your bull. Like, every time. Works every time. 10 out of 10 times works every time.
Like one of my favorite
way,
movies.
Switch or Switch 2? Because that just came out.
Don't remind me. I don't have time for video games. What I do have time for, though, is thanking the people who support what we do, because Wayne Edward came out and said, woot woot, with a $2 super. Aravale, what's up, buddy? They say slow news week, huh? Yeah, tell me about it. Space Pope, the Space Pope, thank you so much, buddy, with a $50 super chat that's, I guess, become customary. Bless your reptilian appendages. They say, bless this trench and space be with you. Thanks so much. Matt's with another 50 Red Team memberships. They did 50 during the Booster Static Fire stream earlier today. That's wild. Thank you so much, Matt's. Absolutely phenomenal. If you just got a gifted membership in chat, your name turned green, be sure to thank Matt's or whoever gifted you. Eleanor, thank you for the support. They say, name a better Cheeto than you three. Chocolate, vanilla,
The three
strawberry. Like that ice cream with the 3 stripes.
Huey, Dewey, Louie.
Oh,
Alvin and the
Alvin,
Chipmunks.
Simon, Theodore. Yeah. Yep.
Mo, Larry, and Curly.
Oh.
Yeah. Can't hold a candle. Yeah. That just happened on air. Phil, thank you for the support. They say, let's get this spicy trench on. Let's go. Hey, Starship made second engine cutoff and EJ wasn't there. Is he the curse? Sorry, not sorry. I love it.
Wow, that's old news.
I love it.
Welcome
And
back to vacation, EJ.
And Turtle Sanctuary.
I guess I'll stay home then. Jeez.
No. You need to come back. There's things on the rover. We'll talk about it later. It's a whole thing, buddy. Also, side note, while Caesar and I were leaving the launch site the other night after the booster roll, we got hit by like a whole bunch of gravel from a dump truck. Like bad. Like the windshield on the NSF truck is all messed up from like multiple gravel impacts. It was terrifying.
Oh, I know about the cracks. Yeah.
No, not that. These are all new that happened like 2 days ago. It's like multiple impacts on the. Be safe when you're driving on Highway 4, everybody. I cannot stress that enough. And Turtle Sanctuary, thank you for the support. They say, I thought about that, but it went off the rails. I guess I'm in the right place.
There are no rails here.
It's just a trench. It's just a cavernous, water-cooled trench.
Well, admittedly, El Chapo's escape tunnel even had rails, so somehow we're worse than that.
El Chapo reference on NSF? Achievement unlocked?
Well, my achievement unlocked shirt is in the mail, actually, from the last flight, but anyway.
Okay, cool. Wow, Sawyer. Just wow.
Subtle.
Mighty, last one up for iSpace. Mighty Unlikely is asking, has any other lunar lander attempted or used this low-energy route to the moon?
Yes.
Tell us more.
Yeah.
Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more?
Yes.
We're doing our part here.
We're doing our part.
I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all. See? All right. Anyway, so the Hakuto RM2 mission used what's called a ballistic lunar transfer. The ballistic lunar transfer is okay. So let me give you a little bit of a primer. All right, I'm going to Alex you a little bit. Okay, Alex, I love you, buddy. All right. So it uses a ballistic lunar transfer. So BLT. Now you're hungry. Cool. All right. This ballistic lunar transfer basically is a type of transfer orbit. It's what's called extremely low energy. All right. So you're not using a lot of thrusters, and you really, really, really utilize the differential gravity between like Earth's grav well and the moon's grav well to get to the moon in the least using like the least amount of delta V. But where you
side note, it sounds really cool when you say grav well. I just wanted to let you know, grav well sounds way cooler than gravity well. You already know that, but I just wanted to express support and solidarity for grav well. Anyways, continue.
All right, sweet. All right, so with this ballistic lunar transfer, you're utilizing more of the planetary gravity. So that would be called orbital perturbations, right? So with this low energy transfer, where you make up for not using a lot of delta V, you lose in time. Low energy transfers take a long time. Contrast that to like the Apollo program. The Apollo program got out there in 3 days. Hakuto RM2 launched with Blue Ghost on a rideshare mission on a Falcon 9. I don't know, was that February? It was a long time. Time for the transfer. January, yeah, I think so. So it was 6 months to do the transfer, as opposed to 3 days for Apollo. But that's the difference, in Delta V here between needing something like a Falcon 9 to get to the moon versus needing something like a Saturn V to get to the moon. The meat bags on board make a big difference. That's why Apollo had such a high energy transfer, a very quick transfer. Because the life support systems on the capsule only lasted so long, and if you tried to do a 6 month transfer with an Apollo command service module, you would run out of air pretty quickly. Anyway, so this ballistic lunar transfer, your question was, have other things used it? Sure, yeah. Falcon 9 has launched things into this exact orbit before. The Korean Polar Lunar Orbiter, KPLO, used this exact type of transfer. Yep. So as Sawyer was saying, what does this do? So the basically has the apogee, or the highest point, around Earth, be almost at out of Earth's sphere of influence, right? And basically, the thing gets out to apogee, right, and then it goes way past where the moon goes, right, and the moon comes by basically while it's just kind of sitting out there, And then when the moon comes by, its gravity pulls it in and it circularizes around the moon. Because the relative velocity of like Hakuto RM2 when it's, yeah, there you go, right there. The relative velocity when it's at apogee on an extremely eccentric orbit is almost nothing. It's close to like, I don't know, it's probably like 5 to 10 meters a second when it's out that far. The moon will pull it in, and it'll pull it in with lunar parasynthion or paralune, the lowest point in a lunar orbit, right? It'll pull it in with an extremely low paralune. So it makes it much easier for circularization. So you don't need to, once again, this does not take a lot of delta V to do this, right? It uses as much as the lunar gravity as possible, right? And but where it doesn't use a lot of delta V, it takes a lot of time. But yeah, other vehicles have used this. So sorry, a little bit of a precursor there. Yeah, they've used this type of transfer before many times.
Alex would be proud of that answer.
How long did I go? How long was that?
Oh, I wasn't actually counting. I should have been. But you know what? It also apparently went well. Is SpaceX's static fire of the booster.
Stop.
I can't believe we didn't use the breaking news thing. We should have used the breaking news thing.
This is the time to use it.
But yeah, it looks like SpaceX did a tweet and a whole bunch of videos of static fire. Full duration static fire of all 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster ahead of Starship's next flight test. Nice. So there's. But okay, yeah.
Better late than never.
Welcome back. Welcome back to NSF. We've got some breaking news for you. It appears SpaceX is confirming that the TA's earlier static fire of all 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy Booster 16 indeed went well. Look at that drone footage. You can see our affiliates, EJ and Sawyer, are here to weigh in on this startling event. EJ, what do you make of this development?
Well, Jack, I'm out here right next to the oxidizer line on the Starship, and I can actually, I think that's an Atlas. Anyway, well, I might be in the wrong spot, but anyway, I'll weigh in anyway. It's very clear that this full duration static fire was a really good one. It happened a little bit earlier today when this flame trench is happening, June 6th. And clearly we got a full duration burn here on Booster 16, and it's very clear that SpaceX is not playing around with moving around for the next flight here by showing how quickly the pad can be turned around. Even this old design on pad 1 can be turned around really, really quick. Anyway, reporting live from, I think it's Slick 41. Back to you, Jack.
That was astounding. I was like, how long is he going to be able to keep it up?
Can I just point out, of the three of us on screen, one of us actually worked in television news for 7 years and actually did on-air reporting and packages and live shots.
Yeah, it was EJ, right?
Sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah, it was EJ.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
right.
thanks for the compliment.
That's why I threw it to EJ, yeah.
This is so painful to watch. Oh God, my degree is burning in a closet just listening to you.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. He did good. But yeah, let's talk about Starship.
The lamestream media. Oh wait, no, that's for later. Continue.
You do it. You do your reporting now. You talk about 15. Let's see your skills. Come on, Sawyer. Let's go to you down in the field in your room.
Wait, Carson, play this stinger again.
Yeah.
Will he actually do it though?
That was perfect. No video for you. Oh God, me as a producer in the booth would be screaming right now. But anyway.
That was pretty good.
Let's talk about Starship. We're getting closer and closer to Starship Flight 10, as evidenced by the full duration static fire of Booster 16, which is expected to be used on the upcoming flight. There you can see a live view right now. It looks like people are back at the pad. And I guess next up, we'll expect to see the booster lifted off the mount and rolled back to the production site for final checkouts ahead of launch. So, yay! We're getting that much closer to Starship Flight 10. Now, the question, of course, do we think they get the ship to get through reentry? Do we think they'll be able to maybe? You think they'll maybe get the ship to get some reentry data so that they could maybe get some important information in how to iteratively develop their rockets so that they could make life multiplanetary.
Are you trying to do a Stewie Griffin voice?
Yeah.
Don't out Stewie me. We all know you can.
All right, fine, I won't.
Hey, you got
Oh,
props from
man.
Chris Bergen on your Chris Bergen impersonation. That's impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what are we fighting about? We're not having a Stewie fight. That's not happening. I'm not good at.
Dang you, ice cream. Come to my face.
So yeah, I don't know. Answer the question. Do you think they're gonna get the ship to reentry?
Stop yelling at me, jeez.
Sorry, my
anyway.
gain is all the way up. I'm sorry if I'm peeking.
Sorry. I'm sorry, it's pretty funny.
The bad part is that all it did really was make me want to yell more. I have a stupid brain.
Your brain is beautiful or something. Yeah, I think it'll make it. Sure, why not? I mean, we're gonna keep seeing mitigations until we get to the version 3 designs. That's what we heard from the Elon presentation the other day. Post Flight 9. Like you're gonna. This is if it. You know what? Like this is gonna sound so screwed up. If it blows up, all right. So what? I don't think it will. I mean, maybe they'll get it. Maybe they won't. Blows up, whatever. I mean, the tile team is pretty sure the tile team doesn't want it to explode at this point. You know, the tile team just sitting there waiting for data. Like,
I feel so bad for them.
you know,
It's like, hey, do this extremely tedious task over and over and over. Oh, it was for nothing. All right, but do it again. Oh, it was for nothing.
I mean,
Oh, but do it again.
it
Oh, it's for
very
nothing.
much. Oh, jeez. It very much seems like these flights, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are just there to vacate the version 2 stock of stuff and just get some flight data if you can. If it blows up, all right, whatever. Now if we get to V3 stuff and that starts blowing up, then we got a little bit of a problem.
I do wonder.
But
We've sort of seen similar teething problems with version 2 as we have with version 1. So is it just going to be a reset all over again when they move to version 3 and we just see more teething problems and the people who are not familiar with how this program is going will see another explosion and be like, oh, they're cooked, or hopefully not.
I mean, when you think about it, you're right. We pretty much had an exact copy of flights 1, 2, and 3 in 7, 8, 9, right? 1 and 2 didn't make it into orbit, and then 3 had the issue where it didn't enter with the heat shield in the proper orientation. So pretty much a dead-on copy at this point. But I think at this point,
I don't know if anything can copy Flight 1, but yeah, point taken.
In terms of the ship not making it, how about that?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that, I'll be honest, I think we're still going to see a lot of failures with this current version. I think at this point, any changes that they make are just going to be patches, band-aids, things to hold it over, to things that maybe they want to test for version 3 if they can try it. Again, the idea of still getting to that point where, hey, let's test to see how well the vehicle does without tiles in certain spots will be a huge deal. I think that's still going to be priority number 1, because that's something that can carry over as you move on to version 3 of everything. But right now, I think we're going to expect failures because they're not going to make any major design changes to all of these Block 2 ships. I'm sure we'll still see issues with payload deploys if they go for that. We'll still see issues with potential leaks and all of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more failures and they test tinier objectives. So it may, again, like you said, people are going to claim it's a failure with more explosions, but it's going to be more little successes rather than the goal of a 100% successful flight. Maybe a hot take there.
No, I think I'm on board.
No, I kind of agree, dude. That's what I mean when I say if it fails, it fails. So what? These are band-aids and fixes because all the problems that these are causing are supposedly addressed with V3, with the V3 stuff coming down the pipe, right? So, yeah, I mean, any data you can get at this point is good data. If it fails, yeah. So what? I mean, that's why we see mitigations and band-aid fixes, Sawyer, right? Like I agree with you. they're waiting on V3. They're just vacating stock. It's an SN11 scenario.
Was it Shayna Diaz who said on Twitter, like, a lot of times the fixes for these things, for issues they find on a flight, are sort of tiered. Like they'll do like a band-aid on the next one to fly, and then they'll do, you know, a more complicated band-aid, like stitches on the next one, and then the one after that, like, it's built into the design. It's not a thing where you like have to bolt it on after the. It's like slowly, you know, tiering these improvements out. You have to figure when they get to version 3, maybe it'll be like a bunch of different things all bundled together. That's why it's version 3. So one would hope
Tearing
that
me apart, Lisa. What?
So
By tearing things out, you mean people are going to be crying still at it? Then yes, they will definitely be tearing.
Yep.
Thank you,
Come on, Carson.
Thank
That
you.
wasn't that bad.
Thank you, Carson.
Rejected.
Thank you, Carson. Margam, thanks for the super chat. They say for the water-cooled trench fund. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you as well. They say modern airliners can auto-land by referencing ground signals, right? So can a craft do a lunar flyby and dump a bunch of softball-sized mini-bots on the lunar surface that give off radio signals as a reference for landers? Kind of like that. Kind of love that.
Isn't that basically what Slim did?
Is it? That's hilarious.
Well, Slim didn't lay out a bot to like
It was like a bunch of retro reflectors or something.
Yeah, they didn't do that, but Slim did like poop out a little like robot to like go rove around. Fun fact, it was just a toy that they actually attached to the side and then ejected it. It was like a little RC car. Yeah,
so cool.
Go look it up.
But this one, this one had a rover on it too. That was, again, though, for after it landed. But
yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't anymore, right?
Well,
I mean,
detached probably.
It might. Yeah.
Their atoms are probably somewhat commingled. I mean,
but the ILS systems, instrument landing systems with planes and RNAV and all of that, those tend to work with radio signals coming off of the ground that it can use to basically find the correct angle to come down at to land on the runway, dealing with left and right and up and down, the localizer and the glide slope. That has to be fine-tuned and I have a friend that works on them. They have to continually adjust them. They have to continually do test flights to keep them in tune and all of that. So as simple as it seems for airliners now, I think it's ridiculously complex. And that's something that it would probably be easier to have GPS on the moon first than it would be to have an ILS for a lander.
Yeah, and again, Sawyer, I'm going to go back to the point you made when we started talking about iSpace at the start of the show. There's no human in the loop. With an aircraft, with these autonomous landing systems, there's a human in the loop. If the plane's doing something wonk zone, you just turn off the autopilot and you yank, and you're, going out of the pattern. You're going to go around and try again. What are you scoffing at, EJ? Did I say something you didn't like?
Did you say wonk zone?
Don't worry about it. Why are you worried about it?
I'm not. I'm asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were here to talk about Starship.
No, instead of entering the flame trench, that's our new name for the show. We've entered the wonk zone.
The wonk zone? Oh, no. Oh, no. Here's a question from someone named Carson. Do you think human Starship landings will have these same issues?
Non-human.
Non-human. Yeah, I can read. Also, they typed wonk, so that was I blame them for distracting me. I hope not. I mean, SpaceX has unlike other companies doing with CLPS contracts, perhaps, SpaceX has a whole bunch of experience with propulsive landing. Granted, not on the moon, but a whole bunch of experience with propulsive landing. They can land a booster on chopsticks. I mean, they should be able to land a Starship on the moon. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
But how does it get down to the chopsticks, besides obviously the onboard calculations? Are there any items on the pad that it uses as a reference?
That's a really good point, and I don't actually know, but I assume yes. So, right. Question mark?
And again, I could see maybe if they eventually get like a lunar Starlink network, I think that would be able to help as well, where you can have near real-time communication with the vehicle, near real-time data to assess things as you go. But
that's one of my number one gripes about Gateway and about the near rectilinear halo orbit. It's like, why are we going to this stupid, complicated orbit when all we need is like 3 satellites and we have continuous comms to the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Moon anytime. You just put it, just comsats. We learned this in the '60s. EJ, what? Go ahead. I love you, buddy. I love you so
And he's
much.
gone.
What's up?
EJ, what? Shut up. Here he goes. Like. Okay, so two things, guys. Do you guys know what relative navigation is?
Is that where you have like an INS and you're following? It's the missile. The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't.
No, that's an inertial navigation system, not a relative navigation.
So relative, you're comparing a map that you have on board to a map that your sensors are seeing.
Well, not sensors, cameras. You just use cameras. So a relative navigation system, like what JPL used to land Perseverance and Curiosity on the moon. Well, actually, it was not Curiosity; it was just Perseverance. But basically, it's trained on pictures. You take a picture of where you're trying to land, right, and then it'll plot a landing solution based off of what the actual downward-facing camera, like the just visible light spectrum camera, is actually looking at. Relative navigation could fix all your problems here because that basically trains the computer like you'd train a pilot to land it without the whole pilot being on board thing. I mean, look at what it did with Curiosity. That thing set down on a nice, or not Curiosity, Perseverance. It set it down right square in the Jezero crater, perfect on perfectly flat ground, and then the sky crane deleted itself after that. But
as it was supposed to.
I mean, now these things are using laser rangefinders, right? They're using a rangefinder to the surface. Perhaps relative navigation, albeit a more expensive solution at this particular moment in time, might be something that we can look to in the future, right?
Yeah, I mean it's not even like new technology. Fun fact. Here's a fun fact with Jack. Remember when Apple Maps came out and it was terrible, but they like had that one feature where you could sort of have a 3D view of like a city and like show the skyline and stuff, and it was like, ooh, look, it looks pretty. Those 3D views for the cities they had it was built off of a company called C3's aerial targeting data that they had gathered for the Department of Defense and was declassified. So features in Apple Maps, at one point anyway, were based off of declassified ICBM targeting info. Fun.
Cool.
The more you
Anyways,
know.
That's been a fun fact with Jack. Thank you for.
Carson actually brought up the footage here. Right now, the computer is plotting a landing solution, and then what you'll with the chutes out, and what you'll do. I mean, they've jettisoned the heat shield already. When they jettison the aeroshell, you'll see this thing really turn once the landing solution is plotted. This is really good stuff right here. The back shell on the rover is holding the sky crane, and it's holding the sky crane and the rover inside of the back shell. The back shell is connected to the chutes, right? Once it plots a good landing solution, they'll jettison the back shell, and you'll really see the camera start to move here. But what this camera is doing with relative navigation, guys, is actually the camera's actually looking down, and the computer's looking at the image and interpreting it and being like, okay, that area is flat, just like how Neil Armstrong would have landed the Eagle during Apollo 11. It's doing that exact thing, but it does it automatically with a camera. This probably is your solution in the future. What I'm trying to tell you, and Alex said this in the back show, what I'm trying to tell you is that relative navigation is better than using LiDAR.
And
Elon agrees.
And again, that's something when we get to Starship, a company like SpaceX has the money and the people to develop a system like that, to refine it and to implement it. Like you said, it's more complex, it's a little bit more expensive. So for these smaller companies, these private companies like iSpace, they're going to use what they have available in what's, the most cost-effective way. A company like SpaceX, who will actually have NASA money to go ahead and be part of the human landing system, can use that to implement and improve their shot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, SpaceX can drop $1 billion on testing and fabrication and analysis and more testing and flying and then testing even more. They can do that.
Hard turn, by the way.
Dude, look at that thing! Look at that thing lock in.
It is coming in hot.
So cool.
I wish I could lock in like that.
It's still good. It's so good. That thing is like buttery smooth landing. I'm sorry, I get hyped up watching this.
No, you should not be sorry. This is one of humanity's greatest achievements ever.
So cool.
Who in their right minds thought it would be a good idea to, let's have it get all the way down, have this crane fire its thrusters, hover, slowly lower it down on a cable, drop it onto the surface, and yeet away. And have it work twice. 2 for 2 now.
It's
Oh
just
my
remarkable.
goodness.
I want to shake the person's hand at JPL, I assume, who thought of the sky crane. Just like what an amazing achievement. If you were out there and you're like, hey, I thought we were talking about Starship. Why are we talking about what's a sky crane? Well, it's a helicopter. It's also what they use to land larger things on Mars. And to tie it back in, you can't use parachutes on Mars. That's why Starship is the way that it is.
You mean the moon? You can use parachutes on Mars. You better use parachutes on Mars.
You can't use parachutes on Mars for things extra. There's a limit to the size of the parachutes you can use on Mars. That's why they have to use the sky crane situation, etc.
Yeah, but you can't use any parachutes on the moon. The whole atmosphere issue.
That's right. On the moon, well, you could use a parachute, but it's not going to do you any good.
Right. It's useless. It's pretty. That's about it.
Just like when I jumped off the roof of my house when I was like 12 years old with a bed sheet. Not a parachute. Not gonna do any good. Don't look at me like that.
That explains the brain damage. Okay, got it.
That and yeah, that. Turtle Sanctuary.
How?
Turtle Sanctuary. Thank you for the super again. They say, I'm sorry, but you usually say the thing by this time in the thing. Did I miss you saying the thing? The thing needs to be said. Thank you for saying the thing when it's time to say the thing. Welcome to the Flame Trench.
What?
Now on March 5.
On March 5.
And Bideford with another 50. Thank you so much, Bideford. That's wild. It's a wild amount of support as usual. They say, I'm ready for...
Wildford.
You read it. You read it.
I'm ready for the Sparks tonight. Since I've got so much pent up to, Jack, go for it.
Abort. I'm ready for the Sparks to fly tonight since I've got so much pent up too. Jack, go for it. There's more of us so frustrated than anyone knows. Hugs, NSF. Thank you, Bideford.
Spank you, Bideford.
Thank you, Bideford.
Let's do some more Starship stuff, and then I suppose we can get into the horrors finally.
What are you saying?
The horrors.
HORRORS. Get your mind out of the gutter. Get your mind out of the gutter.
What? He said it, not me.
Dude, given the joke you made during the pre-show, you're doing me extra like you. That's not. If you were watching the pre-show, if you were Capcom level members and above, then you would be watching the pre-show and you would know what we're talking about. But EJ's just being a funny guy. But yeah, let's do some more Starship questions, and then we can move on to talk about the horrors.
Hey man,
don't try. Just all right? Stop while you're behind.
Thanks. Did Max tell you to say that? It sounds like a Maxism.
No, but they'll stay in the post show. Never mind. Continue.
Composer is asking. This is for Jack. What do you think of the 3 grid fins that are in a T shape on Super Heavy? That's version 3 of Super Heavy, I think, or maybe it's version 4. I don't know. An upcoming version of Super Heavy is going to have 3 grid fins instead of 4, and they're going to be in a T shape, and I hate it because one of the grid fins is kind of tinier than the other. It looks like a little Nemo fin, or what was that movie? Was it Scary Movie? Like, take my little hand. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's what
hand isn't strong enough.
That's what the grid fin on. That's what the one small grid fin is going to be like on a booster. I'm not excited for it, but maybe like all of the other previous Starship redesigns, once we see it in the flesh or steel, it'll grow on all of us.
So would you say that design is in the wonk zone?
It's absolutely in the Sawyer. I almost just agreed with you, like wholesale. Like, didn't even find what you said absurd. Like, you almost got me, buddy. But you didn't. But you almost did. I was like, yeah, pretty long zone, dude. Anyways, thank you to. What is anything? Eddie is asking, are they going to change anything else on the ship other than their engines on version 3? Oh yeah.
Constant state of development, man. They're we've seen from these meetings like kind of the overt big fixes that they have, right? But the ship, they're changing a bunch of things all the time, dude. It's like a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger starship up in here. Yeah, you didn't have that on your bingo card, did you?
I did not.
All right.
No, and I've seen some of the bingo cards. It's definitely not on them.
Let's see. Ninja Guy Dan is saying, here's a thought. If they don't put tiles on the next starship, it will guarantee that it will maintain attitude control until entry interface. Cutting us deep. They're joking. They're saying if they don't go through the effort to put the tiles on, then
Yeah, no, then it'll work. Yeah.
right.
Thank you.
Carson's on point. Can we
By
get
the way-
another LOS? Carson, can we get another LOS screen? Come on, it was great. Everyone loves bars and tone. Do it.
By the way, I think it's worth noting, just real quick,
Well.
the 3 grid fins are all the same size.
Oh, ignore me. Moving on, Alex Physics, whoever that is, saying, based on how Block 2 is going and the challenges developing Starship in general, how many times do you think Block 3 will have to launch to get a full success of Block 3? I'm going to say twice.
Once.
So are we saying
I mean,
4 times?
If that's the tradition so far, Block 1 and Block 2 both 4 times.
All right.
I hope it'll be closer to 2, but, you know.
That is a good question, Alex.
Who's
All
that
right,
guy?
well-
We should write some videos for us.
Yeah, or like commentate sometimes and stuff. Maybe like do spreadsheets, figuring out when the time of things is going to be, or what boosters are, etc.
Or write
And
60 more
fellas-
Alex
videos.
in our back channel says, "I'm doing spreadsheets right now."
And you know what else he could do? Because seems very knowledgeable. He could explain all this stuff. You know,
He could.
Very concise,
stream.
right? Just nice,
Yeah,
short
yeah.
explanation.
Yeah.
very.
Yeah, like a little starburst of an answer. You just unwrap it. It's a little piece of foil, and then you eat it, and then you're good. It's not like a 5-course meal. It's like one single M&M.
But Jack, I'm hungry for knowledge.
Oh, well then Alex is your guy also.
Or candy.
Or I want candy, bubblegum, and
Ooh, a
taffy.
piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Now you got it stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
What?
Huh? No, go
No.
away.
No. I didn't
He
catch
actually
that.
went
All I
away.
heard-
Oh,
all I
okay.
heard- All I heard was something about bullfighting or something.
I just heard really loud maracas.
People throwing tomatoes also for some reason, yeah.
I'd feel somewhat bad, but no, I don't. Brenton is saying, what if it's just the error in the render? Did SpaceX actually confirm in text that version 3 will have 3 grid fins instead of 4? I don't know the answer to that. So it could have been wrong, but there's the render.
I'm pretty sure that the hot staging ring thing that's behind Elon in this exact presentation has 3 holes in it.
There you go.
Pretty
yeah, and I'm
pretty
pretty.
sure.
I'm also pretty. If we're tallying things up, we're pretty sure about. I'm pretty sure in a Tim Starbase tour, at one point, maybe even one of the first ones, way back when, that this was mentioned as one of the possible changes to the booster. In the same way that we were waiting for the adjusted flaps for a long time on the ship, I've been sort of panicking about the 3-finned booster for a long time. Also, can we talk about that forward dome?
Dude, it's art.
I
love it.
It's hideous.
Look
Ugh.
at the dome on that thing. Hey, oh.
And then Carson shows Elon. Yeah, no, I don't like the forward dome. I don't know. I can't. I mean, I like that it's an elliptical dome. I don't like the way that it looks. It just looks incomplete. It's like they took best part is no part to such an extreme that the booster looks incomplete there. And this, I mean, similarly to how the engines look, right? Without all the shielding, it's like, wait, did you guys forget the part that goes there?
But it's like N1 now. It's massive, it's sleek, it's got that cool pattern to it.
The pattern
I love
is
how
sick.
N1-esque that interstage
yeah.
looks on it.
Don't
Come
get me
on.
wrong. I love the truss. Not complaining about the truss. Love it. The forward dome just being like, "What's up, dudes?" I don't know. I don't necessarily love that.
I mean,
What
it
would
matches
you
your
put
head.
there?
It's perfect.
All right, bye.
Bye, Jack. Seeing you. Go get some sleep.
Oh dear. Dude, you didn't need to clip him. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jack. I love you.
no, I dish it out, Sawyer. You're allowed to give me guff. I dish it out plenty. I know the rules of the game here. So Starship is getting closer to Flight 10. When do we think we're going to see Flight 10? Do we think it has a chance of happening in the lovely month of June, or do we think it's going to slip?
June 31st.
Is that an actual day? Is June one of the months that has a 31?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, thanks.
No, it doesn't.
30 days has September, April, June, and November.
Yep.
All the rest
What
have
do you mean,
31,
yeah?
Except
Like
for
I'm supposed
February,
to...
which has 28, except for every 4 years when it actually has 29.
Okay, apparently everyone has learned some mnemonic for this that has completely escaped
with
me.
The knuckles. January,
That's what I
February,
was
March,
doing. That's what I was
April,
doing. But you're
May,
like, no, I already
June.
know. So I stopped knuckling. Much
You
like
stopped
Sega.
what?
Anyway. So EJ thinks the end of June. Sawyer, when do you think?
I think July.
July, really?
I think it's either going to be just before or just after July 4th, depending on how quick they can move it. But I think we're going to see, hopefully, regular fireworks and Starship, not Starship fireworks.
I mean, both are good, but yeah.
No, because that would mean it blew up.
True.
So I'm going to go with just after July 4th.
All right. Well, we're all on record. I'm going to say...
That is my birthday.
Is it really? You were born on July 4th?
5th.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You're like America +1.
Yep. Yeah, well, I was supposed to be born on July 4th, but, I yielded to the awesomeness that is America.
Right,
That's why you're a Red Sox fan and not a Yankees fan. Got it.
What?
Because nothing more American than the Yankees.
I can think of several things.
Bringing it back to Jack's baseball reference earlier, okay?
I can't believe I did a baseball reference and it wasn't a complete failure.
Yes, the Baseball World Cup coming up soon.
All right, well, Starship, all kinds of other stuff going on. I mean, we expect the booster's going to roll back. Of course, Ship 36 still needs to be static fired. It probably already has its engines by now. Yeah, work continues on the orbital launch mount.
Which we got to address, by the way. What pad is it now? Pad A or 1 and pad...
I guess we should talk about that, unfortunately.
We have to bring it up before we get to the even spicier topics, because this is still spicy.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we just say it. One of SpaceX's comms folks here in Starbase, Dan Hewitt, I hope I'm saying his name right. I don't think I've ever actually said it out loud before, so correct me if I'm wrong. But Dan's an awesome guy.
SpaceX Dan.
And he did a really hilarious tweet when all of the chaos was happening yesterday online. So I try to never weigh in on stuff like this. Way too many emotions tied up into being right and the other person being wrong. But I'm worried about what it means for future generations if they grow up believing something that just isn't true. All right, yeah, we're all on board. We know what happened yesterday. So here we go. It's Pad 2, not Pad B. It's always been Pad 2, and I'm sorry if this hurts. Did Carson just like it?
Carson just liked it.
Nice. Here's the thing. This is hilarious. And I'm really happy for clarification because we want to mirror the actual name of things rather than be wrong. However, if they didn't want us to call it Pad B and Pad A, they probably shouldn't have put that in the paperwork that they sent to the FAA. And Dan, if I may, if it's always been Pad 2, then why was it not that in the paperwork? Question mark. That said,
some refreshments, Dan.
That said, expect us to mirror that naming. Hopefully, it wasn't a complete joke, and he's super trolling us, and it's actually A and B. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But expect us to refer to the pads as Pad A, Pad 1 and Pad 2. Old habits die hard.
Will we though? Will we actually though?
I will.
I'm pretty sure it's Hewitt, by the way. But I mean, in all of the official documentation, the FAA documentation, all of the planning that they did for it is A and B. I mean, all the planning is in place for it says A and B. Also, then why would the one over at KSC not be Tower 2 since Pad 2, that was the one that was built second, and Pad 2 at Starbase is the one that was built third.
Hang on, let me read this. Since the publication of the 2022 Preliminary Environmental Assessment, SpaceX has changed the location of Pad B within the vertical launch area as described in the 2022 Programmatic Environmental Assessment. Figure 1 shows the new location of Pad B with Orbital Launch Mount 2. The Orbital Launch Mount 2 is a subset of the area described in the 2022 PEA as Pad B. I could keep going. There's I think Alex did a Control F and looked for all of the instances of the phrase Pad B in various documentation.
Yes.
But yeah,
Pad B, there was 7. Pad 2, there were 0.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Chris did a poll.
I like Patty Pad Pad.
I do
Dan
like Pat.
or
I do like
Revolt?
Patty Pad.
Is the question. Dan or Revolt?
Why don't we just
So yeah, that's a good shout, Sawyer. We did need to bring that up.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
So-
the only controversy we'll deal with this episode.
I guess is that the point in the show where we begin to discuss the collapse of everything as we know it?
why are you so
Why are you not, dude? Why are you not? Like, let's just jump right in. Why? Like, I know your thing is where you're like, I'm cool. Everything's always cool. We're chilling. I'm EJ. You could set my hair on fire, and I'd be like, it's kind of warm, but it's not bad. How are you so chill about this?
what hair?
I wasn't gonna do that out of solidarity, but you know, chat wouldn't know. They've never seen your head because you wear a hat, so you didn't have to. You didn't have
All right,
to.
my hair is in my face here. Hang on, all my hair is getting warm.
Sawyer, for the love of God.
Sorry, you just got blessed with golden genetics, man. Jeez.
Thank you. Hey,
Right?
my dad still has his hair. My grandpa still has his hair. It's great.
Is this the first Sawyer flex of the show? And
It
it's
is.
about hair.
I mean,
All right, go
Your-
off.
Hey, I'm here for it, okay?
your hairline is genetically linked to your mother's side of the family, though.
Yes.
I like how we all very clearly don't want to do this.
Yeah, no, my grandpa on my mom's side still has hair. But anyway.
Okay.
By the
I'm
way,
gonna start-
Is,
I'm gonna start
is
off-
the controversial stuff the other star vehicle, or are we just going to go right into Dragon first?
I mean,
I'll explain this if you guys don't want to.
We
I
are
got
going to
this.
have to address the Starliner in the room.
oh, we should do Starliner. I forgot about Starliner. The Starliner
we're
in the room.
totally not trying to just
So
keep
did
pushing
they.
this down the road or anything.
Thank you. You know, I would way rather talk about Starliner. Let's talk about Starliner. Yay! Whee! Who wants to take it?
Sorry, go.
Yeah. So, shocker, I tell you, shocker. We forgot about Starliner. So did everyone else, apparently, this past couple days. So, the Starliner Boeing vehicle that brought astronauts up, but not back to the International Space Station so far, we now finally got an update. NASA basically sent out this whole statement to everyone because several media outlets had been asking about it. So, they have now said that the earliest potential for a Starliner flight to the ISS is early 2026. So, no Starliner flights this year, pending certification and resolution of Starliner's technical issues. The other big question, will there be crew on board? The response was the agency is still evaluating whether Starliner's next flight will be in a crew or cargo configuration. They still have astronauts that are training on Starliner in the post-certification configuration, as they call it. So basically, assuming that they'll get everything certified and whatnot, they still have them training on basic systems, docking, all of the simulators and everything that they have. But in terms of Flight 1, the agency has not yet assigned a full Starliner 1 crew for focused training, quote unquote. So, interesting. Starliner, if they haven't forgotten about it, they're still doing basic training, but there's no crew assigned for Starliner 1, and they haven't confirmed yet that the next flight of Starliner will even have people on it.
So, fellas, I got a question. Starliner or GTA 6 first?
Ooh.
Are we
that's-
talking Starliner with crew or GTA 6? Because if we're talking just Starliner, I think Starliner. If we're talking with crew, GTA 6 might cut it close.
Are we talking Starliner with crew that goes perfect, or just Starliner with crew?
Just Starliner with crew.
That.
I think
Okay.
Starliner with crew, no. I think GTA 6 comes first. I think that the next one will go as a cargo mission. I feel like they can't afford to have another public mess up with people on board
Sawyer.
If they need to have that rescue come again, they're in trouble.
Sawyer, cargo on the road. Spacecraft go to the ISS.
I tip my hat to you. That was very good.
It was truly awful, but
Right, that's why it was good. The worse they are, the better they are in my books, okay? I'm sure chat knows that by now.
fair. So Starliner, I don't know. Are we all like? How do we feel about this news? Does it make us feel good? Does it make us feel bad? I mean, I'm glad they're not just immediately going to. They're not already saying, "Yep, there's people on it. It's going to be these 2 astronauts. It's going to be fine. It'll be an operational mission." Like, seems like a wait and see kind of approach, maybe. What are you smiling at, EJ?
I'm just reading the notes for the next bit, the next segment.
Oh
I feel
God.
like the biggest thing when it comes to the Starliner next mission was the reassignment of Mike Fink to Crew 10.
Yeah.
It may not seem like as big of a deal, but Mike Fink has been all in on Starliner since the very beginning. He has been one of the main Starliner trainers, one of the main Starliner astronauts. It was pretty much given from the beginning that it would be Butch and Sonny on the first crew flight test, and then the first actual one would be commanded by Mike. When I went, here's your second story, Flex. When I went down to Houston and got to actually fly the Starliner simulator and talk to the crew down there about Starliner and its systems, I talked with Mike Fink. And this was, I think, 2016 or 2017. And he was all in on the Starliner stuff then. The fact that he's moved to Dragon is a huge red flag of this probably will be cargo next.
All right, well. I mean, I guess I would prefer it be a cargo mission than a crewed mission, given all the shenanigans, shall we say? Hey, EJ, what's that place you like to eat with all the stuff on the walls?
You mean shenanigans?
Oh.
You're talking about shenanigans, right?
Thank you.
Where did this come from?
I get liters of cola there.
I said the word shenanigans, so that meant that I could reference Super Troopers. You boys like Mexico? Okay. All right. Well, Starliner. Do we have more to say about Starliner, or should we show our special? I don't even know what to call it. We have something to show before we get into the horrors. Well, yeah, there's a poll now.
Horrors, there's now a poll. What's first? GTA 6, Starliner with crew, ISS deorbit, or Jack goes to a round ball game?
Oh.
That's baseball, Chris. Thank you.
Is that baseball? Is that soccer?
I would absolutely love to go to a round ball game. I'm trying, Crispy. I really am. I would love to go to a round ball game with Crispy. I feel like we would have a grand old time. So I'm gonna choose that one just because that's what I want. When is GTA 6 actually supposed to come out?
Next year.
Yep, it'll happen first.
Is this going to be the next UK meetup? You're going with Chris to a round ball game?
I don't know. That would really be fun, though. If that could be a thing that happens. Whenever we do our next UK meetup, I would absolutely try to go to a round ball game. A soccer game. There, I said it. It's a soccer game. It's soccer.
Nah.
All right. Is it horrors time? Do we have to do the horrors?
Wasn't there a thing that we were doing right before the horrors?
Oh, right. The special presentation.
Don't do that to me. No, I can't take it. Yeah. Right, that's at the top. That in itself is a big. Yeah. I'm proud of my wee woos, okay? Yes! Shocking! Pun token, yeah! Jack's face of disgust is my favorite part of that.
Space Pope. I don't even know what to say.
Conveniently, the word "not" got cut out of the bagel part.
I don't believe you. I'm gonna need to see the receipts.
We have the original episode that you can watch on the NSF channel. The receipt is there.
No, dude, I'm pretty sure you said that it's a bagel. Like you agree, the debate's over. We don't really need to litigate that again.
Wee woo, we know. I am still proud of my wee woos. I will stand by that, or sit by that.
That's fair. All right, let's talk about the horrors. So, we generally don't do politics on this channel. We try to stay far away from it. given the nature of everything that's happened in the last week, we have to talk about what's going on. And I think we would be doing you all as our audience a disservice if we just ignored it and pretended like it wasn't happening. So I just want to start off this segment by saying that none of us love what's going on. And it's not about one side or another side. It's not about right versus wrong or whose team. It's just all we're trying to do here is have a civil discussion as human beings about the events of the week that I think we could all agree is fair to characterize as extremely chaotic and not great. Is that a fair disclaimer?
I think so.
Fair
Yeah.
disclaimer. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, it's good.
All right, well, with that out of the way, chat, I would really like to appreciate, or I would appreciate it if you guys keep things civil. I know the mods are going to be doing their thing as well,
Don't.
and we're going to keep things civil. Like,
Rock
I
the
really,
boat.
I really do think one of the things that we've lost in the last, several years in politics, it's always been bad, but we've lost the ability to like disagree with somebody civilly and not be like, "You're literally evil."
I don't think that's what's going on, Jack. Why don't you shut up?
I mean, anyone that calls what you ate a bagel is literally evil, but that's another story.
I almost. No, we're gonna move on. I'm trying really hard.
Dude, you almost got him, so
He was this
Almost.
close.
I was so close.
He was this close. That wouldn't have gone well, just for the record. I'll DM you Sawyer what I was gonna say.
As close as the actual hole in that bagel. Oh wait.
Come on, man. Oh, okay. All right. So, obviously, a whole bunch of spaceflight policy-related news over the last few weeks. NASA's budget is getting absolutely roasted, especially science operations. But there's other cuts to the agency as well. Of course, there was the news this week that Jared Isaacman was pulled from the nomination to be the next NASA admin, which... I mean, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care what country you're from. I don't care how much you care about spaceflight even. I think universally, an acclaimed choice for administrator of NASA. I didn't see a single person, and that's anecdata granted, I didn't see a single person making hay about this. Jared would have been a transformative NASA admin. This is just makes me so disappointed. This is the part where EJ's like, I'm not disappointed. Everything's fine.
No, I think
good.
we're all in the disappointed phase.
I just wanted to throw him under the bus so he would say something.
I mean, yeah, this sucks. Like, I think Rook did a good job, but oh well. Next guy, I guess. I mean,
Jared did address this at least a bit today, because I don't know if, Jack, you want to mention what that original tweet that we saw said about the White House position on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Sawyer.
I see.
I can read it if you want.
Yeah, if you can.
Burgess Everett with a tweet saying more. White House confirms Isaacman's out. Says replacement coming soon. Quote, it's essential. The next leader of NASA is in complete alignment. I can't even say this. In complete alignment with President Trump's America First agenda, and a replacement will be announced. I can't think of someone who's more in alignment. Remember when Jared was in the Senate and they were in, was it Ted Cruz who was like, hey, I have this horrible AI slop image. What do you think about that? And Jared's like, I don't see the Chinese landing on the moon. I only see the left side of the, like, remember that? That's America, baby. I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
But at the same time, in his confirmation hearing, there were a lot of kind of dodging the questions about Elon Musk's involvement with Jared as well, and I know that seems to be now a quite controversial part of it, but Rook did post today, I am incredibly grateful to President Trump, the Senate, and all those who supported me throughout this journey. The past 6 months have been enlightening and honestly a bit thrilling. I've gained a much deeper appreciation for the complexities of government, the weight our political leaders carry. So it was interesting that basically he addressed that just before that big post, or any role my nomination played in these fireworks is minor and unimportant compared to what is at stake. What matters is reconciliation between the world's greatest engineer and the leader of the free world. The country needs it, the world needs it.
I mean, gosh, wouldn't that be nice if he was the next admin of NASA? He's so eloquent. He's so thoughtful. That sure would have been really nice.
But it's crazy that the fact that he even has to say any role my nomination played in these fireworks. The fact that you have a man who's accomplished so much in business with Shift 4, created his own essentially private military training, has flown to space twice, completed the first ever private EVA, and somehow played a role in one of the greatest Twitter feuds of all time is quite amusing in a way.
Yeah, he did an interview. Jared did an interview as well recently where he said something to the effect of there was another departure from the White House on or around the same day that he was given, shown the door, or his nom was removed. And clearly, that other departure, though he didn't say it explicitly, was Elon ending his work as running Doge and going back to Tesla and whatnot, which has been talked about on the news a lot. And he's even tweeted as much. So is it really just some jerk got to the president and talked in their ear for a couple days and screwed our chances on becoming a spaceflight powerhouse in the next 5 years?
I mean,
Go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I was going to say, the other thing that I think needs to be brought into mind is the fact that the budget that he was about to be given would be very difficult for anybody to inherit, no matter who is going to take the role, given the cuts that were planned for all of the science programs, the Earth observing programs, the STEM programs, things like that. It was going to be difficult regardless, but I think he had the best shot so far.
EJ, you look pensive.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, dude. I think you put forth a budget proposal from the executive branch puts forth a budget proposal that reflects their pick. There's no secret to that. Like, you're not gonna undermine your own NASA administrator. And I know people are gonna say, well, this one administration would. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. You know how we know? Because they're probably gonna pull it, and we're probably gonna get a better one given the events that happened this week.
Better?
Which is of course. Did you see the new Senate proposal for the amendments for the budget?
I did not.
More money
$4 billion, $4 billion increase for NASA, baby.
Is it all SLS?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
much
better, buddy. That's not better.
Hey, but okay, yeah.
No, it's
the
not
science
better.
Mission Director, it doesn't get completely shafted. That's kind of good. We kind of want that, don't we?
I mean, that is better. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, dude? Like, more money for SLS, I don't necessarily have a problem with. That's fine. That's more money for the spaceflight sector as a whole. Like, I know people are going to be like,
I'm doing that. I'm doing that right now. I'm doing that right now. Like,
I mean, you could sit here and say that, but it is.
No, it's a waste of money. It's an expendable rocket, and to choose to do an expendable rocket and roast your money on all that and forego science. I'm sorry. Do we care about leadership in science? I thought we did.
Science isn't getting the shaft at all. What are you talking about? Science is just continuing on its merry way.
It's not cut by some insane percentage still?
No, dude, there's no way that budget proposal would have held up in Congress at all. There's not a chance. You know, the last time somebody tried to propose a budget like this that was a huge reduction in workforce to NASA, we got SLS, right? The last time somebody pulled the plug on NASA's human space program after the shuttle ended and then canceled Constellation. You know, we ended up getting more funding for, well, at least pushing with NASA. We got SLS. There's no way that's going to happen again. Congress won't have that happen. I said it once. I said it before. I'll say it again. And I said this even before that Senate bill came out, dude. There's no way that this budget proposal was going to fly. And I definitely don't think it's going to fly anymore because Isaacman isn't there. I think you put forth a budget trying to, knowing your NASA administrator nominee, And now that he is not the nominee anymore, I think this budget proposal will be rescinded, and another one will take its place.
I don't know that I agree with that at all. I'm sorry. You think the budget that the White House proposed was sort of tied to or contingent to Jared being the admin?
Yeah.
And without him as the admin, it'll be a different proposed budget.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't.
Where are you getting confused?
I'm pretty sure Jared has made. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I thought he had made comments regarding the cuts to science in the proposed budget being suboptimal. I'll put it that way. I did not get the impression that he was fully on board with the proposed budget, which, going back to the stupid events of the week, the president should have a NASA admin that's fully on board with America First.
Well, you could sit there and look at that. You could sit there and think that if you really want to, but you guys got to think about it. Rook, in his Senate, the Commerce, Justice, and Science Senate testimonials, said that he was going to lean heavily into commercial programs to leverage science. That's what he said. That is what he said. That is on the congressional record. Correct me if I'm wrong here. So that tells me that what they were going to do is start farming out the Science Mission Directorate to commercial, something I don't generally agree with. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I don't think the incessant need for NASA to commercialize everything and pawn off our national prestige for our space program is necessarily a good idea. But I do think that's what he was going to do. And I think that budget proposal reflects that. Can you not, does that not make sense? Guess not.
I don't know. I feel like I need to do more research on what his actual reaction to the proposed budget was.
Why don't we ask him? Don't we have him on speed dial or something?
We should have him on. That'd be amazing.
We should ask him.
Unfortunately,
Jared, if you're out there, call us.
We're here.
Call us, homie. We're here.
We're sorry.
Let's iron some things out.
Reach out to us, X, Facebook, Instagram. Oh, no, wait, this isn't a socials plug. Sorry, continue.
All right, well, agree to disagree, or I guess lack of information on my part in terms of I don't know.
For what it's worth, dudes, I don't think gutting NASA is a good thing. This is a really stupid idea. In fact, I think that NASA has to have a good in-house space program and science mission directorate depending on each other. Because if you don't, you could argue that a lot of NASA's programs, great, are scattered to the winds here. And the winds that they're susceptible to are political winds because they don't tie anything together. The only ones that aren't are the ones that have, the ones that have everybody's fingers in the pie. So like SLS, it would be really hard to get it canceled, right? Because nobody in Congress is going to vote for that. However, you get programs that aren't commingling across NASA design centers, right? These programs are low-hanging fruit for somebody to come along and say, nope, don't need that. Nope, don't need that. Nope, don't need that. Because if you put it to a vote in Congress that you're going to get it because there's not enough people involved in that program. It makes them easy pickings. And the incessant drive to commercialize everything with NASA on top of that is basically creating a nightmare scenario where somebody could come along and pull the plug on the entire budget. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't agree with the budget proposal. I want to be very clear about this. I think it was pretty bad.
I just don't. I don't think. I don't know, man. I never had considered. You kind of blew my mind. I never considered that the budget proposal from the White House would have been tailored for a NASA that was run by Jared. Don't love that.
I get that, but at the same time, I think the biggest mistake is taking that science away from NASA. Because the one amazing thing with anything that is government-funded NASA science, things like that, all of the results from it become public. Those are not classified. Those are not paywalled. That's tax dollars that pay for it. So all of those findings and things get released. All of the spin-offs get released. All of the patents and ideas that they come out with from it will go out to the public for everyone to use. The biggest sting for me just as a science person, was seeing that the International Space Station Research and Development Conference, ISS-RDC, was canceled a month before it was supposed to start this year. I hate that with a passion, because the ISS is getting towards the end of life. Now is the time to cram as much science in and get as much science out as possible. Let's milk that station dry.
It's also conversely, at the point where it's at its peak level of functioning. It's got all the things it's supposed to have. It's generating a bunch of power. It's got the nice eye roses.
Yeah, a new lease on life in that sense. And to cancel that, and I mean, they flat out said this is related to budgetary concerns and things going on with the current plans. So whether they tailored it or not to Jared, the fact of what they are doing with the science is painful. I get, giving low Earth orbit to commercial is one thing. But while we still have a national asset, let's keep that national asset. Let's at least run the science until we get to 2030. Then we can reevaluate. But while we have the station, now is not the time to be trying to privatize it.
I just want to call out a comment from Eric Fraser in chat. If the budget was tailored for a NASA that was run by Jared, it was done wrong. I would argue, I would agree with that it would demonstrate a misunderstanding of who he is. But maybe I'm the one misunderstanding. I don't know. I don't think so.
Did you guys not? Okay, I'm not trying to say this in a mean way. This is actually
no. We're all friends here. We're having a civil discussion. You could literally say the worst thing you could think of to me right now, and you would still be my friend. Go ahead.
I doubt it, but all right.
Dan farts.
Okay, all right. So, did you guys watch the Commerce, Justice, and Science testimony? Did you watch all of that?
I watched.
That was this. It's a yes or no.
I watched
question.
The hearing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of it?
I thought I did. You're sort of gaslighting me into thinking maybe I didn't at this point.
Who was the Commerce, Justice, and Science meeting with? It was with Rook, and who else? Who was the other person that was there? Just out of curiosity, just making sure you remember it right.
Couldn't tell you.
What department were they chairing the head?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. All right. The point that I'm trying to make is that, guys, maybe I interpreted it wrong, but it very much seemed like Rook wanted to leverage commercial markets for scientific research.
I don't think that's
very
wrong.
Much seems
I don't necessarily think that means immediately gut NASA.
Why not?
Because you can do the really hard science things that only NASA can do with a, funded science budget on NASA's side, and then farm out the cheaper science things or the things that NASA shouldn't be wasting. NASA should be doing the moonshots, not the weather satellite, in theory. So, yeah, some of that stuff can be commercial, absolutely. I don't know about everything. I don't know about gutting everything just because he's a fan of the commercial partners, which undoubtedly he is. He's flown on SpaceX twice. I get that.
But the budget, the White House budget proposal, and once again, guys, I'm just going to put this out there. I thought it was terrible. It didn't gut science wholly. It reduced the Science Mission Directorate budget by I think it was $4 billion actually, a 7,000 person workforce reduction, if I'm remembering right. Somebody fact check me on that. But it didn't completely get rid of it. It called for a gutting of a good amount of programs, but not all of them. It basically picked off.
It killed Nancy Grace Roman, which is ready to go. Yeah, that's a
What, NASA never cancels things that are ready to go, Viper?
Yeah, Viper. Sorry, something in my throat.
No, and once again, I'm not trying to sit here and say that budget proposal was good. It's caca. But it didn't get rid of all the. It kept a good amount of stuff. It wasn't a complete complete dissolution.
No, it wasn't. It was.
I think it
was like a 25% reduction, something like that. It wasn't 100%. It's like, hey, I got shot in the arm. That's great. I didn't get shot in the head. It's like, yeah, you still got shot in the arm. Can we not get shot in the arm? We're trying to go back to the moon. We're trying to go to Mars. Why are we spending less money on this than we spend on stealth helicopters?
By the way, EJ, wasn't it FCC?
That's correct. Yes. Did you Google it? Or did you remember?
I remembered after seeing multiple people in chat say it.
There you go.
Oh, so they Googled it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I did watch
mean-
it. I just totally forgot who the other person was because I kind of zoned out during those parts because I just cared about Jared.
Okay, so
Yeah.
budgetary stuff
I know what
aside.
you mean.
Sorry, go ahead, EJ.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is that it makes perfect sense in my mind that that budget would, in some way, shape, or form, reflect that. It would also reflect the perceived fiscal responsibility of the incumbent administration.
Right.
I mean, but Jack, I mean, either way, even before Rook's nomination got pulled, like, okay, so let's rewind to a week ago, like, and I'm not trying to be like, well, I said this, right? Like, there's no way that budget was going to hold. There's no way.
No, and
no
I think
way.
our reactions
Not
over
a
the weeks
chance.
illustrated that. We all saw it and went, whoa, no way that passes, but that shows what they want, and that's terrifying and horrible. I think that's sort of how we all assessed that. I don't think you're wrong, EJ, that there's a kernel of when an administration is choosing someone to fill a cabinet role or what have you, there's talks, right? And the people talk, and the president says, this is what I'm thinking, and the potential administrator or whatever says, this is what I'm thinking, and there's like a meeting of the minds, right? Right? Like I get that. I get what you're saying.
It's the negotiation with the incumbent administration. That's how he rolls.
I still think it's possible that he was saying the right things to try and get the admin role. And, whenever the proposal came out, if he hadn't already seen it, maybe he was just like, whoa, not like this. I don't know. This is like so far down the speculation vine at this point, but
I just don't understand why you'd go to a budget proposal and say something like that, knowing full well that it's not going to hold. It ain't going to hold water. There's no way.
I hope not.
Well, my mug from shop.nasaspaceplate.com holds water, and it's delicious. It keeps it cold,
I thought you were drinking coffee.
No, it's caffeinated seltzer, but yeah. I won't name the sponsor of the. I won't name the drink brand because they don't sponsor us, but shop.nasaspaceplatecom does for these great tumblers.
Also, Father's Day. Father's Day is coming up. If you want a thing for your dad, you got to order it today for shipping. Yep.
Or a shirt, as the future of human spaceflight is in question, or just get him a Hawaiian shirt. That's probably better.
It is a really sweet Hawaiian shirt.
Dude, I love these things. I got people in Twitch chat and in the NSF chat and in the YouTube chat asking, like, where'd you get this? Dude, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. They're awesome. They're really sweet shirts. Dude.
Yeah, they got like little Easter eggs on there. Like the dragon one has dolphins. There's a bunch of cool stuff. They're also made in the USA. I cannot stress this enough. They are a quality product, and the store team worked their tails off to go with a supplier that was going to be providing the material and the stuff from, made in the USA. We don't want to give you guys an inferior product. I know the Hawaiian stuff's a little bit higher on the money side, but it's made in the US. So
you get what you pay for.
Get what you pay for, exactly. And EJ, just really quick, is it a high quality shirt? You find that shirt high quality? You're not going to be ripping that thing while you work around the garage, right?
Nope.
Heck yeah.
You saw the video, I think, with Das and D literally holding an entire kite against it, and it survived.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, Das used the shirt as a handbrake for the kite string. Anyway.
By the way, sorry, this was not a planned promo. I just heard it. I'm like, oh, that's perfect, like the mug. So, continue back to bickering. Sorry.
I saw the look on your face. I saw the look on your face, and I was like, oh, here we go.
Right? It's like regular TV news where everyone starts fighting. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Buy our coins. Now, back to you.
National Mint is making a Starship coin. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, so budget stuff aside, suffice to say that was just the beginning. Like, Jared's nom getting pulled was just the beginning of the horrors. In case you missed it.
This gets pretty funny.
Yeah. Elon later reacted and said Dragon was going to be decommissioned in light of the president's comments about decommissioning the ISS. The president made a whole bunch of comments about Elon, and it was a tit for tat. It was a back and forth. It was a catfight, whatever you want to call it, between the world's richest man and the leader of the free world in public. on Twitter.
2025, baby.
I said this in our back channel, or maybe I texted it to somebody. Either way, I feel like I'm watching the 2025 version of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but instead of nuclear missiles, it's social media, and it's way lamer.
I mean, less lame in the fact that there's not people's lives at risk in nuclear weapons, but yeah.
I mean, for varying definitions of lame, that's fair, Sawyer.
I'm saying, whole nuclear Armageddon or destruction of Miami is not an option here.
Or so you think. I mean, just wait. Maybe tomorrow's tweet storm brings even more chaos. You never know at this point, Sawyer.
Don't wish
the
that
simulation
into existence.
is breaking down, my guy.
I am not down with the sickness.
Are you down with the Cygnus, though?
Always down with the Cygnus set to fly again soon on Falcon 9. Anyway.
Oh,
heck yeah. I think you clipped. I didn't hear that.
Sorry.
But
I know. I got something stuck in my throat. That's all.
No worries.
Was that a wah?
It totally was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm just clearing my throat.
Yeah. So then Elon was like, "Oh, actually, we won't decommission Dragon," because somebody tweeted at him and was like, "Hey, please don't." So that's nice. Except, I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this anymore. Oh yeah. Also, he deleted the tweet
Today. Yeah. As it's one of those like when. Again, not that this has happened to me, but because I don't really drink that much, but you get drunk and then you wake up and you look at your texts and go, what did I send to people? And you try and damage control. That's kind of what this feels like of a little too much to drink. You wake up and regret all of your past decisions. Well, some of them at least. Some of them you're like, oh, good, that finally came out.
Yeah. I don't like. On the one hand, I've said for years now, an Elon tweet does not reality make. So Elon tweeting, we're going to decommission Dragon, I know a lot of people in the space circles were running around like Chicken Little. I mean, I was like, why would you tweet that? That's an insane thing to tweet.
Not is that what you said?
Not that I... Yes, that's one of the things.
Is that what you said? Oh,
yes,
all right.
That's one of the things. Also, a lot of GIFs. A lot of GIFs, a lot of reaction GIFs, and a lot of screaming internally, and gnashing of teeth. No, but where I'm going with this is, on the one hand, an Elon tweet does not reality make. So he could tweet, "I hate Dragon, long live Starliner," and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth.
Yeah, but
that said, it's not a good look, right, Sawyer? Like, isn't Axiom 4 about to fly in like a couple days, and he's talking about decommissioning Dragon? It's not a good look.
Tuesday morning,
I mean,
they're flying 4 astronauts to the ISS on a private mission, Axiom 4. It is the final brand new Dragon. So in terms of decommissioning, in a way, it's kind of underway. The fact that they are not building any more Dragons, so they're not commissioning any new ones.
There you go.
So it's not like, I guess the question would be the term decommission. Are we talking about shutting down the entire program or just not building anymore and starting to switch over to Starship? Because Starship is not crew ready yet. It's not orbit ready yet.
I think there's a third option, and that third option is somewhere in the middle, which is there are components, things like the Super Draco engines, which do get swapped out from time to time, maybe even every flight. I'm not sure. That's an Alex question. But there are things that you have to produce, even if you're not actively making additional new Dragons. You still, as you continue to fly Dragons, need to produce hardware and maintain that industrial base. So beginning to decommission that would say, okay, we have these Dragon flights on the books, and we have this many of X component that we need. Okay, we have enough margin to do all of these flights plus 3 more. Shut down the line that makes those components. That was my interpretation. It's not that. Go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say I would hope so because they still have crew obligations until the end of the ISS, in addition to the deorbit vehicle. They need to be able to still support the ISS. The way that he tweeted that out made it sound like they were going to shut it down now, and if they didn't have enough components to make it until 28 or 29 when they stop sending crew to the ISS, then so be it. Too bad, too sad. Good luck, Starliner. That would be horrifying, horrendous. The fact also, though, it drives me crazy is sure, you have the contract with the US because Elon threatened to cancel all contracts that he had with Elon, which included Tesla, which included SpaceX, and just to say, fine, forget that. What about
There's
your
also-
private companies? You have
There's also
Axiom.
things like the FCC, which can really throw a wrench into Starlink. I can't even talk. Sorry, Sawyer. Go ahead.
No, all the stars. That's fine. There's too many stars. But yeah, the fact that you have private companies, you've got Axiom that right now is flying to the ISS. Imagine they end up going to one of the private Axiom stations. They might still use Crew Dragon. You've got
Right,
Vast.
What about
Exactly.
Vast? Yeah.
Right.
Hello, hello, Musk Fly.
The whole thing is built around
Sorry.
Dragon. It's meant to dock to Dragon. It's meant to use the CO2 scrubbers from Dragon. As they work onto their next bigger station, they will start with Dragon and work their way onto Starship. So Dragon is critical in their private business. So it would be dumb as all dumb to say, you know what, we're done because the U.S. government wants to cancel our contract when you have so many private contractors still using it as you work on getting Starship online.
Fellas, I have a interesting opinion about this.
Does it need a ding ding?
I don't know. Carson, you be the judge of this. Now, sorry, I agree with everything you said there. You know, getting rid of Dragon right now is, yeah, no, that's not too smart. But you know, when I first saw him say this, when he posted that, I was like, wait a minute, isn't it already on its way out? Like, of course, Dragon's on its way out. You know, like there's the AX4 mission, right? That's launching soon. We got a good fleet of crew and cargo Dragons at this point. But how long? Like, Sawyer, I guess I'll ask like this: what, you know, Starship's still a way off from human rating, dude. How many years out do you think we are from Starship getting a human rating? Like, how many years?
I
Give me a
mean,
number.
if I had to put money on it, I would think 2027. I think we're still a couple years out. We still need to get into orbit. We still need to get Block 3 online. We're not going to start doing crew rating until we get to Block 3, I think it's safe to say. Once we get into orbital flights, that's a different story. Once we get into past the Mars attempts to get fuel depots and transfers and things out there. But I think at that point, you're looking at 2027, the earliest, if not 2028.
So, okay, yeah, no, I agree with that as well. So think about it like this, dude. Is 3 years a lot on a spaceflight timetable?
No.
No. I think Elon used this as low-hanging fruit. Dragon's already on its way out. You know, you guys could sit here and look at me like I'm nuts. I mean, we already did that already, but you do that anyway.
I can't believe I get to use your own line against you. Why get rid of the working thing before the new thing is working?
Didn't we learn from Space Shuttle?
It's not. It's begun the decommissioning process. It's already on its way out. They're not making them anymore. That by default is moving into operations and readiness disposal per NASA's space systems engineering book. I looked at it. It's over there on my desk.
Thanks. We all needed to know you looked at a book.
Yeah.
I know. Big surprise,
Wait,
right?
EJ has books? No, he never brings that up on Flame Track.
Yeah, I've never seen you touch a book in your life.
I don't know how to read. I just look at them. They just look pretty to me. So once again, like I wouldn't find it too far-fetched for SpaceX to be thinking about end of life for Dragon sooner rather than later. It's not 2 to 3 years. Even like I see over in Twitch chat, like even, you know, if I see 5, some people say GTA 10. Nice. Like even the most conservative estimates in chat, like 5 to 10 years out. That's not a lot. That's not a lot of time on a space flight scale. And I mean, Sawyer, if they hit it in 2027, dude, how many Dragon flights? Think about it like this: how many Dragon flights is that? 3, 4?
Oh, no, it's got to be more than that. You get the 2 ISS rotations each year, and then you've got Axiom with Axiom 4. I'll expect usually 1 a year, so probably 2 more, so 6. And that's obviously not counting the cargo Dragons.
6 is not a lot of flights, dude.
I mean, I get that, but there are other companies coming online that might use it.
It also takes it off the shelf. It takes the product off the shelf, so other companies that might want to design a system around it, now they're not able to do that. And might I remind you, Dragon was developed in part with funding from NASA to enable this sort of capability so that private companies could do things like access their space station and whatnot. And I think Starship's going to be amazing when it's finally ready to come online. But do you really think they're going to be flying Starships in 2027 with humans on them?
No, I think the rating is when we might see it, but I don't. Again, I'm just for devil's advocate here playing the early game. Let's assume that they're going for that 2028 lunar landing, so they would need to be able to get crew on a lander version at least. I mean, I think if we're talking actual launching on Starship with people, yeah, we're probably talking 2030. But...
Okay, say it is 2030. I mean, Jackie, you know these, and sorry, you guys know these missions take time. It's not like somebody just thinks one day, like, oh, I'm going to launch on Dragon tomorrow. Let me go pay Elon. All right, let's do that. These missions are years in the making. Point is that, yeah, Jack, it sucks to have Dragon on its way out. And yeah, you're taking that technology on the shelf. But the point, what I'm saying is that they'd only take it off the shelf if they have something better. So, and if you're going to design...
They have Starliner.
What?
Sorry. I know that's a funny joke.
I mean, Shuttle was supposed to be better than Apollo, right?
The point is that, look, if you're gonna, SpaceX is not just gonna say like, oh yeah, we're gonna pull Dragon, you can't develop anything for it, and we're not gonna have that capability. There will be overlap, but if you're gonna go with a commercial crew mission, not like NASA mission, like if you want like a fully private mission with Starship, which we've already seen on the books, albeit pulled. I mean, there was Deer Moon, whatever the heck that was supposed to be, right? But it's very clear that SpaceX is going out there trying to get sales for commercial missions, for commercial crewed missions on Starship, not commercial crew. That's the NASA program, right? It's very clear that they're going out and trying to sell that. And if they're trying to do that, why would you have it compete with Dragon, sales for Dragon? You would slow roll Dragon in this regard. The time scales here for human rating for Starship are not that long. If you're designing a mission, if you want to design a commercial mission in 2031, you're not going to design it for Dragon. You're designing it for Starship. I almost said Starliner.
Too many stars, I'm telling you.
I'm glad it's not just me. EJ,
but do you see what I'm trying to say?
I do, but I'm going to come back at you with not every spacecraft needs to be a 747 or A380 or a Starship. Some spacecraft can be a little small business jet, like a Dragon. I don't know. Come on. I think even after Starship's operational, there are logical use cases for a Dragon. Now, I know Elon wants to depreciate Dragon and is like, that's the old busted, I want the new hotness. Mm-hmm. I don't know that that's the wisest.
MIB reference acknowledged.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know that that's the wisest route. But you know what? I also am not the richest man on the planet, so.
You're
that's
not?
what I'm saying, dude.
I was going to ask you for $5. All right, continue, AJ.
If I was the richest man on the planet, I wouldn't tell anybody. But there would be signs.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, EJ.
No, it's good, man. What if we're not talking like a 747 versus a 737 here in terms of Dragon to Starship. Dragon to Starship is like comparing a DC-3 to a 747. If you had to choose between a DC-3 and a 747.
I would even say like it's like a Cessna or something compared to a 747. Like it's not supposed to go out of low Earth orbit. It's very small, and you would hope cheap. Maybe
that's what Dragon ain't cheap.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately where your point is going to come into play, because if Starship does actually get to be rapidly reusable, it will be cheap as hell.
See, that's what I mean. There's no stopgap capability here, right? SpaceX is going all in on this. So driving it back to the point, I think Elon went and set out there like, oh, we're going to decommission Dragon. That's low-hanging fruit. They were already doing that. They're already doing that. They've stopped making them. So that's de facto moving into operations and then eventually end of life. Like, it makes sense, right? Like, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I do think, yeah, there's a kernel of truth there. Absolutely. There's a lot of truth there. You know, you're not wrong. We know that they've been, like the last Dragon off the assembly line will have been the last Dragon off the assembly line. They're not making more.
Yep.
So, yeah, like, point taken. Then I guess what I want to ask you, EJ, is What was your reaction to all of this? Because you seem like you're always cool as a cucumber, man. I don't know how you do it.
I was watching that stream and I was laughing a lot. I was like, this is going on. This is happening. This is space news now. This is,
Look at me. I'm the space news now.
great.
I mean, are you worried? Are you You seem like you're calmer about it than me. I feel like I'm sort of running around with my non-existent hair on fire, and you're like, chill, dude. Here's an extinguisher. Like, is that a fair assessment?
Dude, so after this whole, we were covering it live. I had everybody's Twitter open, and we were scrolling through on Space News. I stream on Twitch, everybody, and I do my poopy doopy Space News segments over there. We were watching this whole thing unfold, and I was trying to give context to this stuff as much as I could, right? Like talking about the decommissioning, right? Decommissioning Dragon's low-hanging fruit. You got to remember that the tweet that was in reply to was a tweet about pulling the EV subsidiaries by the president and canceling SpaceX's contracts. Pulling EV subsidiaries, Jack, is like that's low-hanging fruit as well. Tesla doesn't have those. They haven't had those in a long time. That's very much low-hanging fruit used as a negotiating tactic. Like, and pulling SpaceX contract, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. Sure, you really want to do that? Then this year we've been talking about stranding astronauts and stuff. Like, oh, you pull off SpaceX contracts, you actually strand astronauts. But even if they did pull all of SpaceX's contracts, like, do they see them through? Or it's an immediate cancellation, termination of contract? Okay, great. Now you stranded astronauts. Have fun with that. I mean, there's no way that's happening. There's no way. And everybody's like, oh, he's crazy enough to do it. No, he's not. No. No, nice try. This is low-hanging fruit and blowharding, man. That's all it is. It's just two guys that are extremely stubborn arguing with each other about this stuff. Like, it's all low-hanging fruit. That was the whole thing, dude. Like, think about it. It's all of it's low-hanging fruit, except what Elon said about, another thing. But that one came out of left field. He kind of went for the jugular. No, I'm not talking about that here.
No.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So it's all blowhard. Like what.
But dude, okay, that. Oh man, this is fun and tricky. I feel like a gymnast.
I do have a question though, real quick.
Go ahead.
Has SpaceX gotten money recently for Dragon development? Wasn't most of that in the mid to early 2000s and early 2010s? How much are they still getting subsidies for Dragon? I know they're still getting some, obviously, because they're putting NASA astronauts on it, but do we know what that is compared to what they've been getting?
Well, they're not getting subsidies. It's contracted services.
Right,
Firm
exactly.
fixed price
So
contractual services.
It's not like they have to worry about canceling EV, low-hanging fruit, as you keep calling it.
Well, it's the EV the subsidiaries you're talking about is the EV subsidiaries. I don't think that's necessarily the same as the SpaceX contracts, even though I think verbatim what was said is SpaceX EV subsidiaries and contracts. SpaceX has no subsidiaries. They're a contracted government contractor that's contracted on firm fixed pricing. The subsidiary I can only assume is the EV one, but even then, that's low-hanging fruit. Tesla hasn't qualified for that in years. You know why? They sold too many cars. And Elon's argument against he hates the EV subsidiary, like he doesn't like it. He said it many times. He doesn't like it because it doesn't make vehicles compete in the electric vehicle market because the subsidiary will prop them up and you won't get the best product.
Subsidy, sorry.
Yeah, I can't say it. Sorry, I brainwormed it.
You're good. I was trying really hard to not care, but I also saw chat saying it, so I figured I'd be that guy. Well, actually, it's subsidy.
You guys know what I mean. Sorry. There's a lot of stuff.
Actually, it's sub to NSF. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Double face.
We're fine. It's fine. Oh no, I looked to the right.
Anyway. That's wrong. Almost all Teslas are eligible for the subsidies. Why would Elon say that they're not then? What, like, am I going to believe him or am I going to believe you on the internet saying the opposite of that right now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if you buy a Tesla, you get a subsidy.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even then, like, he's still vocal about getting rid of it, is he not?
Yeah, but dude, that's classic CEO bluster. Like, I don't like this thing that benefits me immensely. I hate it. In fact, take it away. I don't want it. Please don't take it away. I mean, part of the blow up was because Elon was reacting to Trump and them saying that they were going to remove the subsidy. Clearly, he cares. No?
Isn't it? I mean, I guess I think the whole domino that started this whole thing is Isaacman's nomination being pulled. But either way, this is all it's all just blowharding. They're just going at each other with low hanging fruit, to be honest with you, except for the pulling all SpaceX contracts, but that's not happening.
And the one which we're not going to talk about here, which I don't think, like, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying like, oh, they just need to make up. I think even Rook said something along those lines. I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's if you've ever been friends with someone and they've truly betrayed you, how do you reconcile after that?
I don't think there's gonna be any reconciliation unless they're playing some kind of long con or something, like
4D chess. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't. If they're playing 4D chess, man, I don't think that's the way to go about doing that.
Yeah, I would agree. So what do you?
Jack, what I'm trying to get at is this all low-hanging fruit. It's blowharding. Elon's deleted the damn tweet about decommissioning Dragon.
I don't disagree, dude. I really don't. I think you're right that it's blowhard stuff and it's posturing and it's chest thumping. I think my point isn't like, oh, this is the most serious thing to take in the world. No, I think my point is, it's a bad look. Like, what happened to class? What happened? No, and this is like, okay, all right. I'm gonna put on my tinfoil hat for a second. What happened to people getting immensely rich and then doing shady stuff politically in the background? What happened to that? Is that so hard? Why does it need to be a public thing?
And then it all
I
comes
love
out
sausage.
After their administration.
I love sausage. I don't want to see how the sausage is made. Everybody knows how the sausage is made. I don't want to see it. If I was an employee at SpaceX and I had stock that basically was my entire net worth because I've been spending 18 hours a day working in the rocket mines and putting all of my money into stock, and then your CEO is doing some blowhard bluster stuff that he doesn't really mean or whatever, however you want to caveat it, it's still a bad look. I mean, look at Tesla's stock price. And I know there's some traders out there who are going to say, it'll go back up because there's a lot of volume and it'll be good to go. Or, it's not a good look. Like, can we just go back to when you got super duper extra rich and then quietly manipulated things by funneling money to places versus, like, I don't know, arguing in a middle school style fight on frickin' Twitter? That's so much to ask.
I mean, no, I don't think that's a hard sell, but we were talking about whether I think it's blowharding or not. How do I, that's what we were talking about, dude. But yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and say like I really, 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 really wish that, we could just go back to carrying yourself with some decorum and professionalism
Wouldn't
in a
that
public
be nice?
forum. Yeah, that'd be really cool. I'd be really happy if we, just went back to being able to disagree with each other, but still respect people's opinion instead of acting like children. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not a thing. I mean, dude, even at the end of the stream, I'm like, the thing at the end of that stream on Thursday, I told my chat straight up, like, look, guys, if you're young, it doesn't need to be this way. You don't need to hate somebody that disagrees with you. It does not need to be like this. This is not normal. This is not, dude, this, it's almost the 250th anniversary of the United States. For 240 of those years, we were able to move amicably forward, even despite disagreements. Okay. That's not the norm. It doesn't need to be like this. So yeah, Jack, I agree with you. Can we at least have some decorum and carry ourselves with some professionalism? Some semblance would be really appreciated.
We have a chat comment here from Dad of a Bunch saying, both right, it's a bad look, and it was just stupid posturing. I think we basically agree with each other, EJ.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
yeah, it's just like, oh my God, why do we have to just do the airing of the dirty laundry? Anyway, Sawyer, I've been whining a lot. Say something intelligent, or show us Jake.
I was gonna say
shot,
the only intelligent thing right now is to just look at the cute cat. Look at
shot
the
and
cute
chaser.
cat, right, Jake? What do you think,
But yeah,
Jake? What's your view on the political landscape of the United States, as well as Elon Musk's and money and all of the contracts with SpaceX? What do you say? Well said. He thinks eviscerate the proletariat.
Oh, no comment. Anyway, to another one of your another one of your points, EJ. I thought that in this country we believed in free speech, and I don't mean what free speech has come to mean, which is like I want to say whatever I want. To me, free speech is, and one of the best American ideals is, I hate what you just said, and I vehemently disagree with it, but you're allowed to say it, and I will fight to the death for your right to say it. That's America.
Okay.
We're supposed to be, that's like supposed to be the core strength, right? Like, hey, I disagree with you, but at the end of the day, we're both Americans, and I will run up that hill into machine gun fire to protect your freedom to do that. Like,
yeah, okay.
Can we go back to that? Can we please, not the machine gun fire uphill, but just like being able to civilly disagree. How do we get so far down this sewer pipe?
I don't know, but I think Thursday was a kind of a tipping point for me. I'm calling it out now. I'm not going to act like that anymore. That's, I got caught up in it a couple of times myself. I'm not doing that. The heck with that, man. That's not our future. That's no good future. I'm speaking as an American now. Like, so if you're overseas, you're going to be like, here we go. Like, that ain't no future that I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There ain't no future that anybody here wants. So, yeah, I mean, think about it.
So...
Sorry, Jake was trying to eat my mic. Sorry if anyone's ears were hurt.
No, you're good. I didn't even hear it. Senator Ted Cruz proposing a bill that will shield NASA from some of the budget cuts. White House trying to cut the budget for science from $7.33 billion to $3.19 billion, including the cancellation of some major missions.
I'll throw out a question then.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I could keep reading this list. It just every bullet point I get more depressed.
Right. So when do we think then that we will see the end of Dragon? If they're decommissioning, whether they start decommissioning it fully now, it sounds like there is at least some decommissioning already underway in the fact that no new capsules are being built. That right there, I think, is first indication that they're starting the decommissioning process, or at least they're getting ready to begin it. When do you think we'll finally see the final Dragon capsule fly then? And I guess, do you think that if they had gone through with starting the decommissioning immediately, would that have made a difference?
Jake wants your mic so bad. He's like staring at it.
Yes, I know. He's staring at it. He's already tried to eat it twice. It looks, I'll admit, it does look yummy.
Oh, man.
I mean, if SpaceX had moved directly to end of life now, Sawyer, yeah, I think it would be too early. That would definitely be divergent from the from when I think Dragon will go out. If I had to guess, Dragon will probably fly its last flight sometime in the 2030s. Yeah, like I'd say like 2033, 2032, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just going to be really no need for it if Starship does everything that SpaceX wants it to do. And yeah, I mean, Jack, you're right. Going back to it, I don't think you should get rid of things, on a promise of a spacecraft being the wonder spacecraft to solve all your problems in the future, right? Which is why I think there would be overlap. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's just blowharding. Like, Elon already deleted that dang tweet. Like, so I don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, I think if they actually went through with it, Sawyer, there would be a difference in the dates here, probably by about 5 years.
Because the other thing to keep in mind is that they're going to be doing the same thing for Falcon 9. They will be phasing out that rocket in favor of everything being Starship. If I remember rightly, weren't they saying about 10 years from now is when we would see the end of Falcon? Because obviously, with the current ratings, you do not have Crew Dragon without Falcon 9.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would guess they'd probably go the way of the dodo at the same time, Sawyer. I mean, we know that what's Falcon's furthest mission out. I do believe the furthest missions out on the books are Department of Defense missions from the NSSL program going into 2028. I think that's the furthest out, but I'd have to go check.
And crew flights. I mean, they're guaranteed at least one a year to the ISS.
So that's until 2030.
29, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. It's weird to think about, like a world where Dragon isn't flying, or even where Falcon 9 isn't flying. It makes me sad.
I just thought of that, dude. I'm like, wait, what? I mean, it makes you sad, but you got something way better. So
For sure.
Hopefully by that time, dude, right? Like,
for sure. I think it's probably nostalgia based, but it's just a beautiful rocket, you know? It's a beautiful rocket. And Starship is a weird rocket. And it's also a beautiful rocket, and I love Starship. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I'm going to feel extra old. I'll put it that way. I'm going to feel really old when Dragon and Falcon 9 stop flying.
Tell me about it. I was there for COTS 2 launch. And I remember looking at that a year after the shuttle ended going, this is our future. This is the next rocket that's going to be the big thing that'll eventually carry people. This thing is short, it's stubby, it's ugly. I want my shuttle back. But as it evolved into the Block 4 full thrust and Block 5, I mean, it's become an icon at this point, and I couldn't think not seeing it. But like we're talking about here, they will start decommissioning Falcon 9. It is in the plans. So as crazy as it sounds to decommission Dragon, I think the original plan is we start to see them kind of phase out at around the same time. I'm just glad that it's not earlier, because it would be weird to still have Falcon 9 flying and capable of launching a Crew Dragon and just have them either sitting in a warehouse or in a museum somewhere going, we've retired them, we're moving all Starship, even though we still have Falcon 9 going.
Yeah, I agree. That would be very strange. I don't think they would do it. Like, once again, I think this is, a second ago, Sawyer, I was saying, like, everybody, it'd be nice if we went back to just carrying ourselves with class and decorum, right? Like, I think we've obviously been trending in the other direction, and I think tempers run high when you think everybody, disagrees with you. And social media likes to do that to people, right? Like,
I mean, it's the Howard Stern
tempers
effect,
are running
right?
high.
It's like people will watch out of hate more than they will watch out of love, unfortunately.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So tempers run high. There's a lot on the line, and that's gonna make people upset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
and the one thing that I think SpaceX is doing right at this point, at least, is the fact that they will have another vehicle up and running simultaneously with Crew Dragon, at least currently. If they'd started the decommissioning now, I don't think that would be the case. And I think that would have been an absolute disaster that we've learned multiple times over. We learned it from Saturn V to Shuttle. We learned it from Shuttle to Constellation, cancel Constellation SLS. It would be a horrendous idea to say we're going to keep launching Crew, but let's have a gap again. I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad he deleted his tweet. I'm glad to that Alaska person on X that he ended up replying to for that not being a thing, because I would match you guys, and I would pull my hair out to have no hair left, just like both of you, if that were the case.
Thanks for reminding me. I forgot I didn't have hair.
You're welcome. But bye, Jake. But seriously, that would be the dumbest thing. So as long as they continue with that plan of, hey, let's, we can decommission it, fine. But they better not stop flying Dragon until they have crew-rated Starship and it is flying multiple crews to space. And that is my soapbox.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. That would be crazy doing that right now. I mean, like I said, it's already moving into operational like you're dragging it, dude. We're getting to the point where you're gonna start winding stuff down. That's weird, dude. But yeah, I mean, like, it's no secret that it was gonna get replaced with Starship. So like, that's what I mean. It's all like Thursday. Thursday was a wild ride, but you know,
Thursday made
don't know.
made Mr. Toad's Wild Ride look like it's a small world after all.
Oh, don't get that stuck in my head, you son of a gun. Someone had a song stuck in my head the other day, too. For the 500th Falcon launch.
Would launch 500 Falcons.
And
I don't
will
even
launch 500 more just to
All
be
right, all right,
the
we don't wanna
man
get-
who launched a
Copyright
Falcons
strike.
to fall down successfully, though, on the drone ship. Yeah.
It's over.
It's just you two now. It's just no. Take me away. No, take me out. It's just you two now.
Carson, bring him
no,
back.
you're stuck
him
in the
back.
middle of this now. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. All the song references. Thank you. But
Yeah, see, he's back.
I mean, regardless though, it's just, oh, sorry. That was just getting my nerves up there of almost crashing out and having that gap. So, Dream Chaser, now's your chance. Come on, do the crew version. I mean, I know they still haven't launched the cargo version yet, but still, do the crew thing too.
It's the graphic that Ryan made, and the numbers look like cheese. And I will take no. I will be accepting no other opinions. The numbers look like cheese, and it's endlessly amusing to me because when I saw this come across my timeline, I was like, "Oh, that's a cool. Wait, is that cheese?"
Are you trying to suggest that Ryan might be French because of the cheese?
No, I'm
It's
just
a-
saying.
I
It's
thought
gold.
it looked like a fuzzy bear, like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah. It looks like that more than it looks like gold. Was it supposed to be like a bling kind of thing, like a shiny gold? Because it looks like cheese. It looks like easy cheese.
Ryan's going
Oh,
off on the
God.
back channel, and all I see is just something about surrendering or something. That's weird. Trying to turn over a new leaf.
Yeah, that's not gold. That's cheese. Anyway,
Ryan in the back channel just says, "I retired."
good graphic from Ryan. 500 launches of the Falcon family is really absurd. It does look like cheese. Chat, can we get a poll? Chris, can we get a poll in chat? Does it look like cheese?
The most important poll of the night.
It really is. It's actually really important. We need to know if it looks like cheese or not. Otto in chat says sponge cake. Here, let me do some support while we're waiting on the cheese poll.
Yeah, if this is the worst version of the show, is it cake? Is it cheese?
Telstar86, thank you for the support. They say, as they said about Chip 26 before scrapping it, hair today, gone tomorrow.
Hey!
Huh. Space Pope becoming a Capcom member. Were you not already Space Pope? Well, pop into the Discord. Well, no, you're in the Discord. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe they're a lifetime L tour. Either way, thanks for becoming a Capcom member, Space Pope, and for all the other support. Eleanor, thank you as well. Eleanor, thank you again. Eleanor Rigby, etc. Lyrics
I look
to
at
the
all the lonely
song Beatles are overrated. Gifted a red team membership. Morton Van Vick, thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Aramil, thank you for the support with the wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Bideford with a $20 super chat. They say, I wanted Jared 100%. He would have had the best future of NASA. He would have been the best for the future of NASA. The White House is wrong, wrong, wrong. Couldn't agree with you more, Bideford. Airvale, thank you for the support. Say, anyone else wishing there was a little more Ad Astra and a little less Peraspera these days? I'm not looking at you, Sawyer. Beatles are overrated. Mr. Gamer IO with a $2 super chat. 1.73 billion toward the Cheesecake Factory sector, which is amusing because that was like an hour ago, but that thing Ryan made really did look like cheese. So there's some synergy there. It's like a callback. It's like a callback from the past. What do you call that? Is that like a call forward? I don't know. That was amazing, though.
I call it Back to the Future Part 2.
Part cheese. Phil, thank you for the super chat. They say, Chris B. Soundboard, hint, hint, KMR. Area guest, thank you as well. They say, NASA science cannot be replicated by private entities because science is not a profit-making activity. We risk damaging science if we go that route. Hear, hear.
Oh, yeah. Fully agreed. I never said that budget request was a good one. I think it reflected what the plans and what they wanted to do. They wanted to leverage commercial enterprises for science, but I think that is inherently a bad idea. I want to make that very, very clear here. That is an idiotic thing to do.
Oh, EJ, sorry, I gotta cut you off. We have breaking news. Can we get the breaking news stinger?
Breaking news.
Can we get the breaking news stinger, Carson? Breaking news. All right, we have a poll in chat. Ryan's graphical choices. Option A, looks like cheese. Option B, a super special Ryan gold font. Let's go live now to our field correspondent, Sawyer, to talk to us about this debate.
Thanks, Jack. So yeah, as we can see here out in the field, there is now a poll going on in regards to what those letters look like. Now, I spoke to local residents here, and they tell me they're divided. Residents right now here at the chat at NSF are taking a look very closely at this poll. The controversy? The numbers that you see on your screen. They may look like a 500, but are they really a 500? One member in chat said, "Oh God, breaking news." Another person telling me, "Cheesy graphic. Ga lameo." I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I think it's safe to say residents are up in arms at this latest thing. So they are now speaking out about these allegations that have been made. Of course, we will keep you updated on all of our social media channels, and you can follow me at the thing that will probably pop up on the bottom of my name. Sawyer Rosenstein, reporting live for NSF. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sawyer. As you can see, that graphic is definitely not Gouda. All right, moving on.
Can you tell I used to do that for a living?
Dude, you do that way better than me.
Yeah, I talked. I tried to talk, and I didn't wait for the stinger. That shows you what a non-professional I am.
That was awesome.
But no, that's literally what I did for a living for a while. I had an on-air segment called Science with Sawyer Monday nights at 11 on the local news. It was great.
Can you do that like more, please? Awesome.
Sure. My favorite part of doing that, though, was I was working in Tallahassee, Florida at the time. And I was at one of the charity events the station did. It was a Relay for Life event. It was the first time I got recognized. "Hey, you're the one that does the science segments on TV at night, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Great, I love your segment, but I don't believe we landed on the moon." And here I am in my station shirt representing the station, having to bite my tongue and just go, "Thank you for watching, and I appreciate your opinion." That was my exact response.
Aw.
They then continued on. I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, thank you for watching. We appreciate it."
That's tough. More support, Trip
True
Harris.
story.
Thank you for the $5 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. They say, "So Jack, if I find you at Starbase wearing orange NSF merch, will there be extra cool goodies? You will get a number of stickers and patches depending on what I have with me that day." That's the rule. If you find one of us here in Starbase, you can accost us physically and emotionally and mentally for patches and stickers, which we carry for that express purpose.
Actually, we do the same in Florida, and I was on the Intrepid for an event, and I actually ended up giving out a couple stickers there, too, from people who recognized NSF, so
Heck yeah.
we carry stickers.
Telstar86 again. They say the relationship came down quicker than the high bay. That's hilarious. Tom Ray, thank you for the support. They say maybe we've become too dependent on one man to have access to space. If so, that's a national security weakness. I don't know that I necessarily... Are we too dependent? Are we too dependent? I don't think we're too dependent. There's how many rocket companies are there? We got Firefly, we got Rocket Lab, we got ULA, yes, SpaceX is the most prolific. There's Stoke. Like, how many do I need to rattle off?
But how many are launching people into space?
That's
and how
fair.
many of them are then returning those people that they launch into space?
So would you agree that it's a national security weakness or threat or risk or whatever you want to call it?
I don't know about national security, but in terms of human spaceflight, which, in case you can't tell by the merch, I love human spaceflight. It's what got me passionate about space.
I had no idea.
Yes, we are extremely, way too dependent on SpaceX, because right now, it is all Crew Dragon all the time. If Crew Dragon were to have an anomaly and have to be taken out of flight, how would we get humans to and from the International Space Station? We would have Soyuz and ... Right now, Starliner is not certified to have operational crew missions yet. So it is SpaceX only. What is the next vehicle that we're waiting on to get crew? Starship. So also SpaceX. And even so, once we get to SLS, which assume we get past Flight 2 with the budget, let's assume we get Flights 3 and 4 here, they're going to then be launching to get onto a lander made by SpaceX for those first landings before moving on to Blue Origins. If that's not way too dependent on one company for people, then I don't know what is. Just like we were way too dependent on shuttle back in the day too. We had no other option.
I just worry that a hasty reactionary move, should that be the consensus in Washington, that this is a national security risk, is going to be the equivalent of shooting your foot to spite your face, or whatever the idiom is. Like,
I can shoot my foot, it makes no difference. I don't use it. But still.
He got you there. I mean, Sawyer, I'll be honest with you. I 100% agree. I think that NASA should have their own healthy, robust, in-house human spaceflight program, because what the original question or the original statement that prompted this from chat was that, do you want to put your entire national spaceflight program you want to subject that to a capitalistic market? I don't think that's a good idea at all. And I love SpaceX. I love it, but I don't think that's wise. I really don't think so. I think NASA should have their own, dude, like, not Ares 1. I know people don't like it. I mean, it would be great. I love that thing. I think it's cool. NASA needs to be able to put Orion anywhere that SpaceX can put a Dragon. And NASA needs to be able to put Orion anywhere that SpaceX can put a Starship or something equivalent. There needs to be parity, because depending fully on commercial is not a good idea at all. That's not sustainable, because we tried this in the 90s with the dot-com era and with commercial satellite launches, and we got ULA because the market folded because of the dot-com bubble burst. Right? I don't think that's a good idea at all. We shouldn't. I completely agree. I think that, and maybe, with the Senate amendment to the budget proposal, we see the fruits of that labor. I don't think NASA should be doing its own thing, and SpaceX should be doing their own thing, and they'll work together from time to time. But putting all your eggs in one basket, it's not a smart decision. That's not good for long-term space flight, but who knows?
And here's the thing. Is SLS the answer? Probably not. Well, let's be honest here. They are going to continue to fund it for now, yes, but I don't know how much further they're going to. It won't be a lot. I think the future is, as we've talked, maybe putting Orion on another vehicle with Delta 4 out of the loop, New Glenn, being able to maybe crew rate that and use that. Yep. Again, that's not a NASA rocket. I get that. The whole point is to have NASA have their own independent thing, and then have SpaceX have their own independent thing, and Blue Origin have their own independent thing. But I mean, the fact that we're relying on one system to get people into space is just, I mean, should it have been one system? Crazy. No, absolutely not. Starliner is way behind. They messed up big time. They've had issues that are probably inexcusable at this point, and we should have had two capsules with dissimilar architecture running simultaneously. But the long and short of it is, we don't. And we don't have a backup for the fact that Starliner still isn't running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I see people saying in chat, like, but SLS is too expensive. Okay, I didn't know that was running commercial missions. Why are we comparing price for a rocket that does not operate in the commercial sector is beyond me. I frankly think that's ridiculous, to be honest, because NASA's not supposed to make profit. So why are we comparing unit price for launch to the commercial market? That makes no sense. Why would we do that? What is it too expensive compared to the other moon rocket that we have? Oh, wait, we don't.
And yes, I know that Starliner is Boeing, it's not NASA. I'm just saying the fact that right now the only way that we have getting people into space that is active and operating and certified is Dragon. Starliner, like I said, should have been, but it isn't. It has launched people but not landed them. Orion has done an uncrewed test flight. We won't have a crewed test flight of it until next year, so that's still not considered operational with people. And I did see someone ask, well, what about Starlink? Isn't Starlink a, national security thing? Because there is Starshield, which I guess, yeah, but in terms of the ability of relying on one company for getting people into space, which let's be honest here. When people think about spaceflight, they're not thinking about Starlink. They're not thinking about the Sirius XM-10 launch happening later tonight, which you should totally set a reminder for here on the NSF channel to watch. They're talking about people to the moon, people to the space station, Butch and Sunny. They're talking about Bob and Doug. That's what you think of when you think space shuttle. When you think of space flight, when you think of Crew Dragon, you think people. And I think in terms of reliability right now, it sucks to have it based off of just one system.
Yeah, I think Boeing needs to get their act together, dude, for sure. I'm just saying, like, in chat regards to that SLS question, too expensive to compared to what it could be operated at. What could it be operated at? What does that mean? What are we comparing it to? The other moon rockets? Are we comparing the price of SLS to the Saturn V because they're about the same? Just saying. Jack, your mic wasn't muted, by the way. We heard you making food. I don't know if you guys heard it on stream.
Hopefully you didn't hear the toilet flush.
No,
yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
I don't think we did.
Good. Thank God.
But yeah, that's the what compared to another moon rocket? I mean, what could SLS be operated at? Now, I will concede cadence. SLS needs to launch more. Yeah, absolutely. If we launched it, I think everybody would be happy with it if we launched it more, even at the price point, if you really want my honest opinion. It's just, people say SLS is too expensive. I say, what are you comparing it to? Well, you can't compare it to the commercial market. Those missions are funded completely different. You're comparing dollars to pounds here.
I think I'm jumping in halfway through this
Jump in, baby.
conversation. I'm going to say one word to you, EJ. One word.
Mm-hmm.
Bechtel.
Oh, God.
Allegedly.
Jack,
Allegedly.
Jack, what would you say if I came back at you and said Bechtel takes the impossible and makes it late?
I would chuckle and acknowledge that you're mostly correct. And then I would probably grumble. What?
Are you going to jump in or are you going to dump in?
I got you there.
Hi, Jack. Good, he's
And
gone
he's-
again.
and he's
EJ,
gone.
back to you and me being correct about everything. Oh, no, he's back. Crud. Beetles are not overrated. Continue.
They so are. All right. I don't know. What are we continuing on? What's even happening anymore? Is this reality? Is this real life? Are we going to wake up tomorrow in like a goo pod and like pull the Matrix thing out of the back of your thing and like pull the thing out of your throat and then Morpheus is going to be like, what's up, red or blue?
I kind of hope so at this point. I don't like
fellas,
this timeline.
What if you take both of the pills at the same time?
Then you trip balls.
Yeah. I want whatever political ideology that is.
That's the new party that they're going to make. It's going to be the new party. It's the one where it's just like, woo, ketamine. Oops.
I mean,
No, don't.
Hang time
be careful what you wish for.
Hang Time Central, thank you for the super chat there. They say, let's make this more chaotic. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more video games or games? Unlimited games but no games? This makes no sense. Unlimited bacon. Obviously, unlimited bacon is always the answer.
I'll take bacon too. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll take the
Despite being a
games.
Twitch streamer. Really?
Oh, yeah.
So you're not
There's
a bacon guy.
20,000 other foods that you can eat. As good as bacon is, there's a lot of other choices at least. To have no games, no.
All right, that's fair. You know, I'm not gonna hate on you for your choice. It's a good choice. You chose it. That diabetic kid, thanks for the super chat. They say EJ for president. I'd vote for EJ.
What?
I'd vote for you.
I wouldn't.
Dude, I would. Thanks.
I'd vote for you, dude.
I was about to say I wouldn't make a good president. Like they'd be, I'd be sitting in the Oval Office with like in the Oval Office looked like Von Braun's office with all the different rockets on the back. Like it would look like that, and someone would come to me with like an issue, be like, "Oh my God, a conflict is breaking out in this area." I'd be like, "So, what's going on the moon? We should go there." but this conflict, I don't care about that. Let's go to the moon.
I can just imagine you addressing from the White House. This is President EJ from the Oval Office. Chat, we need to talk.
My
That's
fellow
good.
chatters.
That's good.
We will
The memers
copium
and the
through
dreamers.
this together.
Doing the thing with the thumb that they always do for some reason, and we will not do the thing with the taxes. All right.
Copium.
There you go. But thank you, that diabetic kid. Oh, okay, no, it's still working. Is the panel? It's still working. Mike Hart, thanks for the super chat. They say Tesla reduced the overall price of their cars in order to qualify for the subsidy. The subsidy goes to the customer. Tesla, Elon, super happy to end it. Aha. Interesting context there, potentially. Eleanor, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Again, Blake Alexander, what's up, duder? Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Heisenberg, they're the one who
Say his
knocks,
name.
y'all. They say Kalman filters hard, okay? That's talking about the issues with landing. Dimez Recon, thank you for the super chat. They say, can relationships and space policies be mended? Yeah, I've seen many silly tweets the last few days. It didn't change my opinion of the Prez, Elon, or Jack. What did I do? What did I do? No, I know what I did. Our conduct as space fans matter. I don't know. I mean, we were talking about that a little while ago. You know, I don't know that their relationship can come back. Of course, this could also be, as EJ said, some crazy 4D chess, and it's all just professional wrestling. Like they're just keeping up kayfabe.
Dude, I was thinking about this.
Did I trigger you?
No. I was thinking about this off stream. I was talking with my neighbor about this, who is up to date on these issues. Okay, like I want to be very clear. I wasn't talking to just some guy on the street, like, hey, do you know they're playing 4D chess about the space program? Like, I'm not doing that. Like, and he was like, they could be just trolling all of us, and I don't think that's what's going on. But 2025 has yet to, be predictable in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
To be very candid,
Is there anything that this news story or cycle would be supplanting that we should probably really be paying attention to, but instead we're like, shiny colors, catfight on Twitter. Like,
dude,
maybe.
I'll
put the tinfoil hat on. I'll do it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Elon and the president could be screwing with us, like screwing with all of us.
Although, if I was going to bet, I would say that's not what's happening. But it's interesting to think about.
They could be, but it's very unlikely, to be honest. But they could, I know people are gonna be like, "You guys are nuts!" Like, what are you talking, dude? Have you paid attention to the news lately? Like,
yeah, but as Moldy Space says in chat, some of the things Elon said should never be said in jest. I doubt President will be so forgiving.
Right? It's unprecedented, right? Which why
it's unprecedented.
Oh,
jokes.
I gotta say, as bad as everything is right now, it's an absolute mess. It was horrible to have the fight, which means Nick Castellanos needs to hit a home run deep to left field.
Yeah.
I don't know who's gonna get that reference, if anybody.
I'm right over my head.
But you got the reference, EJ, right?
Yeah, but Jack got it too. He said the ball went over his head.
Hey, jokes.
For those who don't know, anytime there's a tragedy or something horrible that has to be discussed on air, Nick Castellanos hits a home run. So
there you go. Bideford, thanks for the $10. They say thank you all for tonight. All you guys, hugs. Thank you so much, Bideford. I don't know, like I feel like as a commentator on this channel and as the host of the Flame Trench at times, I feel like there should be like a nice little bow. Nice little neat little bow that we tie on the topic, but it's like it's just like one of those troughs at a bar full of ice that you know the rest. There's no bow. Blake Alexander, sorry, I'm losing it slowly. Blake Alexander, thank you. What was that? Oh, Blake Alexander with a $20 super saying, Jack, not the Beatles, is overrated. Oh,
agreed. Thank you, Blake.
I'm overrated.
Overrated.
I'm overrated. Me?
Beatles aren't.
But that means I am.
No, it doesn't mean you are fully, but I don't know. Come to Florida and find out.
Here's another call forward from Mr. Gamer.io saying this is too cheesy. Somebody named Sean Doherty Photos, whoever that is, no idea, in all caps with a $5 super, thanks Sean, says supersonic flight over land has been legalized, provided the boom doesn't reach the ground. But yeah, that's really cool. Love to see it. You love to see it. Bose, thanks for the support. They say, I hope we see more cool stuff in space. Agree? Agreed.
Hey, put a Bose on it.
Sawyer, that was like, even I'm going to admit that was pretty good.
Thank you.
Airy Guest, thank you for the 5 curly L's there. They say, would you rather fund SLS, note not Artemis, take that private, or the science budget? Because it seems like that's the choice we're making right now. Science budget.
Science.
No, I reject this question, this prompt completely. You have to fund both of them. They work hand in hand. If you don't,
tell that to Europa
without,
Clipper.
Yeah.
One. Yeah, well, we're okay.
I know it would have got there faster.
You would have got there faster, and now that it's taking like 6 times as long to get there, the operational cost over the same time basically pushes the cost even at SLS's high price tag. Yes, you can go check these numbers. Like I said, it's always trade-offs, dude. But one can't exist without the other, guys. And I know people are going to be like, yes, they can. No. And here's what I'm going to say to that. You all have been conned into thinking one can't, it's one or the other. It's not one or the other. We did both of them in the 60s. And I know people say, well, but I know. That would actually mean that you have to get people to cooperate. I know we have to do something. We have to do some hard work for a change. I get it. Because that's what they did to get everybody to cooperate. The insinuation there that, well, they did it in the Apollo. They got everybody to cooperate. Because the 60s wasn't a divisive time either. Give me a freaking break. We did it once. We can do it again. Both those programs need to exist the way that they are. Like, you need one and the other. You can't have human exploration at NASA without science backing it up, and vice versa. That's a bullcrap prompt. I'm not answering that question. You need both of them.
You just did answer it, but good answer.
Also, the Beatles came out of the 60s, and they're great.
I like the Beach Boys. I'm just saying.
King Crimson, way better.
What?
Way better. You want to talk musicality? You want to talk sheer raw skill on an instrument?
Please tell me we're not comparing King Crimson to the Beatles.
Yes.
They're good, but I don't think you can compare that to the Beatles.
Beatles bad. Moving on. I'm just trolling. I actually kind of like the Beatles. Sgt. Pepper's is a good album.
Yes. I love that. It's my favorite album personally, but anyway.
But it's overrated. No, I'm kidding. Greg Watson, thank you for the support. They say, forget keeping a show on the rails. Where we're going, we don't need rails. Reference acknowledged. Telstar86, thank you for the support. They say, gone off the rails or just fully down the toilet. Reference acknowledged, unfortunately. Eleanor, thank you for the support. Again, they say, thoughts on Orion's heat shield?
Thoughts on the heat shield? Not running a hardware-rich program is coming back to bite the Orion program in the butt. Yeah, not running hardware-rich is an extremely big problem here. The reason why is because after the EFT-1 flight, which was a honeycomb Avcoat heat shield, similar to the Apollo program, NASA decided to redesign the manufacturing process for the Avcoat heat shield and manufacture it in blocks. Something that makes the heat shield easier to quality control and test on the ground, because you don't have to test the whole heat shield. You only test it in little pieces, right? Is a manufacturing process that really hasn't been tested for coming back from a trans-Earth injection from the moon. So when this heat shield went to fly on Artemis 1, you had the exact same thing happen to the heat shield that happened to the launch pad on Starship Flight 1. The reentry pressures were squeezing through the blocks of heat shield and causing them to delaminate and crack and char off. That is a big problem. I don't think that's smart to put people on the next flight, but NASA clearly disagrees with me there. Moreover, I don't know why NASA insists on doing this high skip trajectory with Orion when the Apollo one works just fine. Like, why change it? Why change it? Changing that trajectory and doing the skip trajectory is what caused charring on the heat shield, because the heat shield skipped off the atmosphere and got to went from really high pressure to low pressure and then to high pressure again, and that charred it. I don't understand why. I understand the design decisions, but if you need to fly more Orions to get more data on that block heat shield on this crazy flight trajectory. NASA themselves admitted that, and that's why they're changing the Artemis 2 flight trajectory to modify it so the heat shield doesn't come apart during reentry. We haven't had good luck with that happening. SpaceX hasn't had good luck with that happening during reentry. It's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, I think it's a charable position right now.
Oh my God.
Orion, on that note, let's move on. That was a stretch.
That was way the stretch.
You know, I wouldn't be talking, mister. Disabled Park Hopper. They say, I would like your opinions about the hot staging ring. I have noticed more failures with the ship after the introduction of the hot staging ring compared to before the introduction. Many thanks. Good question. I think largely it's correlation and not causation, meaning just because the two have been happening around the same time doesn't mean they're necessarily related. Does anyone have any other thoughts?
Yeah,
All right.
I think that's pretty good.
Thank you, Disabled Park Hopper. And, okay, here we go. Dimez Recon, I hope I'm saying your name right. Holy moly, $100 super chat. Thank you so much. They say, EJ for president is silly. Now, hear me out. At first I read that, and I was like, but EJ for president would be amazing. But Dimez continues. EJ for transportation secretary, right? You're the car guy. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Jack for national reconnaissance office. Camera guy. Hello. It's perfect. Also, I love spooky stuff. Do you not know that I love spooky stuff? Clearly Dimez does. And Sawyer, of course, Office of Flexing, because he's Sawyer.
But the
It's
Office
perfect.
of Flexing isn't even real.
We would make it real.
I mean,
You'd have a $2 billion a year budget. And then a team funded by an outsider would come into town and gut you, and you'd be really mad about it. And then you would go into the president's ear and say, hey, you should get rid of that guy.
I'm trying to
I
think
mean, what?
If I were to actually have a real position, I'm trying to think where I would be. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm happy to flex all day, but I'm trying to think if I had like a real position, like
It'd be like
NRO
Ministry.
or DOT.
It would have to be Ministry of Communication, something like that.
Oh.
Something comes, you know.
Sawyer, you're the press
news?
secretary, man.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you,
All right,
EJ, with
I'll
the
take it.
brain. EJ with the brain I don't have.
You're the press secretary, dude. Did you hear that? Did you hear that field report he did? You're the press secretary, homie.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
day.
Absolutely. He's also though for the Office of Flexing. Like he can do both. He's a very prolific man.
Dude,
Okay,
flex
I'll take it.
well. You're the press secretary. That's awesome. That'd be hilarious.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Divez. That is
Thank you.
not only a very generous super chat, but also a fun one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Master Toymaker, thank you for the support. They say, to end the show with a moment of zen or tie a bow on it, just show us Jake the cat. Oh. And Blake Alexander, finally to wrap things up with the support. Thank you, Blake, so much now and always. In all seriousness, I love the Flame Trench. May the Space Pope bless it. Thank you, Jack, Sawyer, EJ, but don't mess with the Beatles. King Crimson? Yeah, look them up. They've been around since the 60s. They're awesome.
I think they know of King Crimson, but are saying, as in, like, really? King Crimson?
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Fine. Then what about Queen Red?
Yeah.
Their knockoff.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Sawyer, why are you the way you are?
I wish I knew. Scientists have been trying to figure that out for years.
I feel like you say that every time I ask you that. I feel like you said that's your standard response. I wish I knew. All right, well, we do have This Week in Spaceflight coming up on our channel here shortly. So I think as we have wrapped up our support, we will thank our launch directors and flight engineers and look at the gifts from the week. Is that from the cold open? That's flawless.
Oh, yeah.
That's great, dude. I for those of you that are not in the pre-show, which you can be if you. Oh wait, Moto Kenzo said King Crimson had one good album. Wrong, false, wrong. That's completely incorrect. Yeah, in the pre-show, I was worried about the cold open and I couldn't think of anything, and EJ just made this happen. And it's probably my favorite cold open of all time that we've done on the show. Good job, EJ.
By the way, Jack, you know why I keep giving you the same response every
Thank
time?
you.
Because
Why?
it's low-hanging fruit. Hey, what did you say earlier, Jack? Low-hanging avocado?
Yeah, it's an avocado hanging right in your window. You don't have to go out front and pick it. It makes perfect sense, Sawyer.
It's like low-hanging fruit. Why is it got to specifically be an avocado of all things?
Because avocados are delicious and they can be very hard to pick if everybody has already gotten to the tree before you and all of the low-hanging fruit is gone. So a low-hanging avocado is the best of all low-hanging fruits.
That's why I lean outside my car with a grabber for the avocado tree.
It's like yoink, yoink, yoink,
Yep.
yoink.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Jack, your California is showing.
Oh yeah. No, I know. I'm aware. Oh, we lost Carson. There's a gif of losing Carson's signal. That's amazing. Love that. Love that. Well, EJ, man, thanks for being on and sharing your wisdom with us as always, good buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys. I know it's a privilege being on here, and I do appreciate it, guys. I know I get a little rowdy. I know I get a little intense with how I conduct myself, but it's an honor being on here. It's a privilege, and thank you for having me, and thank you for listening. I do appreciate it. I stream over on Twitch, twitch.tv/EJ_SA. You want to come over there and tell me I'm a moron over there, which is what people do all the time, you're more than welcome to. I stream 5 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, speaking of prolific. Also, if you want to try the pre-show before you buy, we also do the pre-show on EJ's Twitch typically. So that's a way to see it if you're like, what's this pre-show thing all about?
I thought it was the post-show.
We do the post-show on the Twitch stream, not the pre-show.
So anyway, I'm really bad at my job.
No, you got to pay the money to see the pre-show. That's where we all hang out and have fun and then make fun of Jack 2 minutes before, but he doesn't have a cold open.
Hey, at least this week I thought about the cold open yesterday. That's unprecedented.
But we got to 2 minutes and still didn't have one, so that's like normal.
But then EJ knocked it out of the park. So the system works. The system works. Speaking of the system working, thank you, Sawyer, for always being around and available to share your delightful wisdom and smile.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I love being here. I've been off for a few weeks. I've been busy doing stuff at the Cape and being in New York, so it's good to be back on the Flame Trench. I really appreciate you letting me stick on here. And fine, I'll stop talking, Carson.
Absolutely. Thank you to our members, especially our launch directors and flight engineers. You get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF Live episodes. And you get all of the other sweet perks, including Discord access and all the members' exclusive goodness. Which reminds me, I need to edit some photos for Crispy. Also, I need to edit my stupid slow-mo. I still haven't done that because I've been on the Flame Trench.
Which I just realized, by the way, the water bags that were hanging off the chopsticks, is that also low-hanging fruit?
I wouldn't really call it fruit. More like pouches. Low-hanging pouches. We should end the show before problems occur. Thank you to Carson for operating the stream. So much, Carson, for putting up with us. And also, thank you to all of you. Once again, thank you for the support. It doesn't even have to be a monetary thing. Just hit the like button or tell your friends about us. We appreciate you just the same. With that, no, Long March 5. No, for real, though. Thanks for watching. I hope that was an entertaining discussion of the horrors. I don't know how we can accurately portray the horrors, but hopefully horrors. Do I really mumble that much? Is it that bad?
It doesn't sound like the word horrors.
Yes.
I don't want to live anymore. Okay, thanks for watching. We'll see you all on the next one. And again, thanks for keeping things civil in chat, y'all.
And here we go.
Chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes.
more than 8.
The hell
Breaking
was that?
news. I figured I'd occupy the empty chair.
You're not Jack.
No, I'm
Jack finally has hair. Wow.
a lot of hair too.
What's going on, D? How are you?
I'm just vibing, you know.
Word.
It's, I was waiting for my slow-mo to be shown this flame trench.
Yeah, sometimes Jack takes forever to wrap up.
Yeah, but if only Jack had sped up a bit, and then my slow-mo would have been shown on the flame trench.
Yeah, how dare you do that to D? Jack, what's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Is D telling you lies?
No, it's the truth.
Truths.
Is D telling lies?
He is telling truths.
Oh, alien.
What alien say?
With that question, I think it's time for me to go. Anyway, talk to y'all later. I'm handing this back to Jack.
Should we be?
Jokes. Oh, those are in your ear. I'm not touching those. Take your buds.
They asked about political.
Yeah. Fun jokes are fun.
Are they though?
They are. Now where did I put my card reader?
I thought you were gonna say your car keys for a second.
No.
And when you get
So,
old, you forget
Jack-
where you put your car keys. You know.
Yeah, that does happen, Sawyer. That doesn't happen to me though.
I would hope not to the car guy.
No. I got him on a key ring.
Mine are in a bowl by the front door, but it does have a piece of a Soyuz on it.
Nice.
It was,
Flex.
I think it was TMA01.
Cool.
Looking for a USB-C
Or
cable.
no, it was MS01. Sorry.
Oh wow, even newer. Nice.
Yeah, it was recent. Basically, there was this company that was making watches out of Soyuz parts because once you get rid of them, it's not like NASA where it's still their property. It's once they're disposed of, anyone can go out into the steppes, pick up pieces, and do what they want with it. So they're making watch faces out of it, and the piece they didn't make watch faces out of, they did keychains out of. So I got one, and it's been on my car keys ever since. And not car key who's producing, as in my actual keys for my car.
Brother.
Why are you talking about your pants? Your khakis?
No, that's you bastard guy. You bastard
What?
bastard.
All I heard was just something about pants.
Of course you would.
NSF should get
Membies.
EJ should get NSF to sponsor the Coronet project. Das would not do that. He knows how rusty that car is. He would not do that. He would not do that at all.
Yeah. Although, we've known Daz long enough, we know how to manipulate. I mean, what? No, I didn't say anything.
You triggered me, EJ. There's this. Hang on, I gotta do some googling. There's a cornet project or something like that. Some sort of project with a C word that sounds like cornet, but it's about recording number stations, not the car that's in your garage. And for a second, I thought you were talking about us doing a thing where we record number stations, and I was like, "Oh yeah, let's go!" And then I realized I was stupid, and you were talking about the car.
Oh, okay.
So big gulps, am I right?
So, Jack, does it bother you that you have the same haircut as Joe Rogan, or? I just thought I'd ask.
Hi, Jack.
Why? Why would you full screen me?
Bastion,
Yeah, no, I need to shave. It's bad. I hate it.
Bastion, what company?
I'm just kidding.
Just roasted. Just absolutely roasted. Thank you.
I
you
mean,
know,
dude,
so
I
the
do
thing
too,
is,
but...
the thing is, you know me, so you just know, dude.
Like, I'm not any better, dude. So.
Yeah, you got something.
It was a short-time Kickstarter thing. I don't think they're doing it anymore, unfortunately. And this was
the Traverse thing.
The keychain. I think that was 2015.
Now my Twitch chat is trying to stick up for you by saying, you almost have the same haircut as him. Who is Joe Rogan? That's kind of cool. Yeah. Now what? Now what, chat? What are you gonna do?
How does that work
with
the? Wait, it's outside the boxes. I'm so confused by how that worked.
No idea.
Nah, I'm good, O-Force. I'm not doing that. Thank you for the 104 months.
Looking at Memby chat.
Wait, Karki.
Yeah.
You forgot a critical part of the show.
Uh-oh.
You didn't play the thing.
Oh no, was X?
What?
Was X left up?
No, X was ended, but Carson did not play a video that Carson was told to play.
Was it my video?
What do you mean?
It was not your video.
He played the Space Pope one.
Oh, did he play the Space Pope one?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Someone didn't watch TFT.
I watched TFT. I just ignored certain parts of TFT.
Well, yeah, there was definitely a Space Pope video.
Yep.
Okay, your job is safe.
A low-hanging fruit. Is that what people were saying in chat when they were going 21, 22, 23? Was that counting low-hanging fruits?
I was wondering what that was.
Oh my god. Guys, you really picked the low-hanging fruit of low-hanging fruit, huh?
The low-hanging fruit of idioms is low-hanging fruit. Dank Jeb! Holy cow! I really hope that's not the last United States Chemical Safety Board video. I'll be really sad.
Oh.
Wait, I'm in the completely wrong chat. That's why Memby's chat makes no sense. Oh, because stupid Discord, it can't... Oh, okay. Alright, Discord.
It can't.
If I have the comms center popped out, it no happy when I go to the members chat. I have to pop it back in. Yeah, Ring. I have to click the right channel. Yeah, that's generally helpful.
Oh, don't do that to me.
We played the...
No, I can't take it.
Oh. Cosmic,
I like it. It's in the box, right? It's at the top. Ah, that in itself was a big...
Did they do that on purpose?
I'm proud of my wee-woos, okay? Yes! Shocking! Pun token, yes!
EJ just making sounds in the background.
Oh, don't do that to me, no.
Stop playing, man.
Pop, how do I think the recent failures regarding moon landings will affect future manned missions? They won't. Eclipse is its own thing, dude. they'll get good landings under their belt, and it'll be fine, dude.
I gotta restart my computer. I'll be right back.
Cosmic Impulse wants to play the On My Hat song. Carson, do we have the On My Hat song?
Oh, my hat. Oh, there's the LOS.
On my hat. Oh, my hat. Bagel, 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 bagel. On my hat.
Yeah, I said, oh, wow, I gotta restart my computer. I'll be right back. It's gonna take like 45 seconds to a minute and a half or so.
Well, okay.
I might have this for you, Carson.
Uh-oh.
I just need to go through my DMs with Kevin, which might take a couple hours.
Good luck.
It's not over, Squall. It's not over. The over level is not it's fine. He deleted the dragon cancellation tweet. Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah, it never happened. It's like that from Madagascar, the penguins. You didn't see anything.
And the Senate has actually has a revised budget proposal that it has a $4 billion increase to NASA overall and cuts nothing. So, food for thought.
You cut
They're
nothing.
racing
You win. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. Yep. Is it racing tonight? Yeah. Should be.
Is it GTA racing or?
I think it's a Seto.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't see if the update what that does to Goddard. I think they'll still exist at Goddard. It'll just be less people-y. I don't know. I mean, Goddard's never going to be completely eliminated at this point. Will it probably be smaller? Yeah. Will there probably be less people? Yeah. But I don't think they're going to consolidate the whole thing yet.
Agwatz, you said you're worried there might be, political science cuts. Yeah, that's why Ted Cruz, championed the Senate revised budget proposal about increasing all NASA projects and not cutting anything. I think we're all right, dude. I said it once, I'll say it again. There's no way that budget proposal is going to hold. There's no way. This is not a chance. How did it go from -4 to +4? Well, checks and balances in Congress, my dude.
Gator Grips, I hope that was wise, to highlight that U.S. is the only option, or SpaceX the only U.S. option right now, but also a sad state. Damn it, Boeing. Wanted 2 vehicles running simultaneously with dissimilar architecture.
So what part of NASA do you think they'll put the $4 billion in, goalie? The $4 billion calls for a $2 billion increase to Gateway, and it's Gateway, SLS, and just a couple of other things across the board.
Can they just kill Gateway at this point, please? That money could be used for actual science.
I don't like Gateway, for what it's worth. Yeah, the Senate thing called for. Oh yeah, that's what it is. It funded 2 more SLS vehicles.
Yeah, for 3 and 4.
No, 4 and 5.
Or 4 and 5. Sorry, yeah.
Yep. I thought Gateway was canceled. So Pop and everybody else, like, a little bit of a civics lesson in with NASA. Okay, so the president proposes a budget and an idea for NASA. Okay, that's not the end-all be-all thing, because with our system, there's checks and balances. No one person can just make this crazy decision, right? The president has to work with the lower and upper house of our Congress, the legislative branch of the United States. The president is the executive branch, right? Now, in terms of NASA, right, those are the 2 branches that matter the most. We have a 3-branch system of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. And the judicial one is the Supreme Court. I can't say it, dude, but you can't say whores either, so. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, all right, I got you. You blew one. What? Yeah, all right, that's fair. I'll give you that one.
Apparently, because right now you're 0-0.
Oh wait, hold on.
Jack's been talking,
Jack
by the
was
way. He's
talking.
been talking about how he
If you-
actually loves the Beatles,
No,
how they're
you
actually
guys
his favorite
probably
band, and they're not
appreciate him being
overrated,
muted,
and
too.
that he's correct that his
He
bagels
loves-
were not actually bagels.
None of that's true.
Yep.
Everyone knows none of that's
Do you
true.
also, Jack? Why are you in denial?
About?
Being from the East Coast.
I mean, I guess technically I was born on the East Coast.
Just saying. What?
Gross.
So why? What are you, a turncoat?
Ew. Disgusting.
And where did you see space shuttle launches from?
Florida.
Not the West Coast.
Yeah, how
Not
many
the West
shuttles
Coast,
from the
that's
West
right.
Coast?
Every single one that launched I saw.
Well, 0, yeah.
We can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can't hear him. Sorry, I don't think they can hear him.
Oh, okay, hang on, I'll do VMix, sorry.
Oh no, they can. We can't hear the song, but we can hear
I don't know
Jack.
why that's not playing.
You need to route it to B.
Well, people in Twitch
Yes.
are telling me they couldn't hear him.
Oh, weird.
I can't even hear it myself, and it's on my own computer. I don't know what's happening.
No respect, I tell you. No respect.
You get no respect, I tell you.
It's broken.
Alright, well, at the end of the day, as long as we can all agree that Ryan's graphic did look like cheese.
Yes, that will unite a nation.
Anyway, so yeah, guys, how this works is the president proposed a budget and a plan for NASA, and the lower and upper houses of Congress have to approve it. If it's something ridiculous, it usually doesn't get through because you need the president and the lower and upper house of Congress to agree on it. That's kind of what made Apollo so ridiculous, because everybody actually agreed on something for once, which is pretty cool.
Also, when they gave him a crap ton of budget. Yeah.
Well, they agreed on doing that.
Oh, that's what I mean. They didn't just agree; they went all in.
Yep.
I'm back.
Oh, my
I'm
hat!
back. Oh, I'm back.
Don't mind me, just editing some slow-mo. Maybe was that a good show? I hope. I felt like it was a fun show.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I think we got lower viewers because of the subject matter, but whatever.
Well, it only dropped once we started talking about it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we were doing pretty good.
Now they're hearing double jack. All right.
Double jack.
Brother. VMix. I'm not changing Discord anymore for you.
Okay. So I should be muted in Discord?
No, you're fine.
No soup for you.
Just unmute VMix.
Yeah, Falcon, you're not wrong. No president should be proposing budget. He should propose the plan. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And see, that's what I mean. Like that, that's what I was trying to talk about during the show. Like, there's no way this budget that budget proposal was the way it was without the expectation that Isaacman was going to be the NASA administrator. There's no way. There's no way. That's the budget that they were trying to work with the expectation that Rook was going to be the administrator. There's no way that didn't happen that way.
Anyway, what was this confirmation hearing supposed to be? Wasn't it this week?
It was supposed to be Monday.
Yeah. So like the day before.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Are you not concerned you'll find a way around Congress, though, especially with...
No, because checks and balances are there for a reason.
I think there's a lot of rhetoric that goes around, and that rhetoric has led you to believe that checks and balances don't exist, but they absolutely do. Look at the NASA budget proposal. You needn't look no further than that. John Cook, you said you're okay with Rook not being the administrator right now if we can get him along with a larger budget. That's what I mean. Him getting pulled out means that NASA isn't going to lean as heavily into commercial, and it will get more money. And look at the revised proposal. You need to look no further than that.
It could be right person, wrong time. I think that's a fair assessment. As much as he's probably the most qualified person that's been put forward, I could see it being that this happens later. Let him finish out his Polaris career, get a crew Starship flight, and then down the line, run NASA and continue onward after he finishes his private stuff.
You know, you guys keep saying, well, the new proposal still screw science over. What? Canceling Mars sample return? Good. That program needs to go into the toilet.
Disagree.
It's not Mars sample.
Disagree as well,
What?
but
Fellas, it's not Mars sample return. It's planning for Mars sample return. Get rid of it. You guys know that, right? It's not MSR. It is a planning committee for figuring out the best cost feasible way to do MSR. They just call it Mars sample return. You guys know this, right? They canceled Mars sample return in 2024. That was done by the last guy.
I still think it was a terrible idea. Again, the fact that
Of course.
they literally had Perseverance drop pieces onto the surface that could be collected by the Mars sample return future vehicle. But yeah.
The entire problem with Mars sample return is that for Mars sample return to work, you have to overcome this problem. You know what this problem is? It's called physics. NASA needs a lander that can land 10 tons down on the surface to do anything useful to build a launch vehicle that has any semblance of characteristic energy to getting back up into Mars orbit. You know, the problem is they don't have one of those.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem. So that's why Mars sample return is basically on life support, and then they canceled it. And the planning committee, guess what? They came to the same damn conclusion. Really weird. Yet it just pissed away millions of dollars. Yet that program can screw all the way off. How about that?
It's another one of those where at that point just followed to fruition. But yeah.
We're not even following it to fruition. It's not because it's not MSR. We can't.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm pissed off about it.
Oh yeah. Well, that would be the cancellation from not from this presidency. That's for sure.
No, I'm aware.
Yep.
Yeah, that was 2024.
Mm-hmm. The missions are not necessarily the part I'm worried about. It's the labs and personnel associated with studying existing samples, data, etc., etc. But MSR architecture was a bit silly. Yeah. I mean, we didn't really get into the nitty gritty of this, but yeah, I mean, I have thoughts about it, but I don't think anybody wants to hear them, so I'll be quiet.
John, I don't think that he can pursue a Hubble mission with private funding because it's still a NASA satellite. NASA has to say yes. Otherwise, you're stealing federal property. Michael, the thing with Berger and Beck today was something different. It was a different contract that they were talking about getting, and Berger's like, I'm hearing from sources that Rocket Lab and Lockheed will partner up, to which Peter Beck just said, nope. And Berger replied, we'll see.
This is a safe space to brain dump? Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to hear this, NASA's got a big problem. The big problem is that no one wants to work there. if you're an aerospace engineer, you don't want to go work at NASA. It's not like it was 15 years ago. NASA has an aging problem. And this is by NASA's own admission. You have all these people that are sitting there that are just basically waiting, just working in the wings to waiting until they retire. And I'm not saying that meaningful science doesn't get done either, but that's a very interesting thing to think about, guys, when you think about those scientific cuts. Cutting these programs and getting people out of there that are basically just waiting to retire, well, a screwed up thing to do, to be very clear, is not the most far-fetched idea that's ever been proposed. That's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. The craziest thing we've ever heard is asteroid redirect. You want to do an asteroid redirect with no rocket and just a capsule. There's let's do an asteroid redirect mission. What rocket are we using?
Yeah.
The NASA's a lot of NASA's science budget is just seeping up funds for people that are waiting to retire, to collect retirement. And that's a messed up thing to say. It's messed up, but there's no, I don't think that's wise. I think the right way to do it would be to expand the science programs and get these people that are aging to teach younger people how to do it. But NASA's got a problem. No one wants to work there. No one wants to work there because they don't do new and exciting, don't do new and exciting science. It's not SpaceX. It's not Blue Origin. It's not that. So, and this is what I mean when I say that these programs need to run hand in hand. Putting someone on the moon and putting flags and footprints on the moon, even though people say that's not sustainable, well, guess what? That bolsters your science budget inadvertently. It has rippling effects that echo through the Science Mission Directorate. Simultaneously, Science Mission Directorate has stuff like landing Curiosity and Perseverance on Mars. And those are high-profile missions that get people excited about space. But it has to be both of them. NASA, like I said, NASA has a big problem. No one wants to work there. That's a big problem. So what's the solution to that problem? Well, like I said, I don't think that's the right solution, but if you're the president, that probably seems like a pretty damn good solution, don't you think, to that guy? Don't you think?
I mean, again, what really pissed me off was canceling ISS RDC, which is not a government thing. It's, it's put together by the U.S. National Lab. So, in case you're unaware, the laboratory on board the ISS is split. Half of it is federal, half of it is the ISS, or the U.S. National Laboratory. So, it's, a mix of more public and semi-private in a way. So, this is more of the semi-private side of things, but still, that's how you get these people interested. That's when you get the young people bringing in their proposals, coming up with the ideas for future experiments. Then you get these people sharing the results that they found from their work on the space station and showing, look what we've been able to accomplish during, this particular experiment. Look at what we are going to be able to accomplish. EJ, you were there with me for one of the ISS conferences in Boston. You've seen the stuff that they were talking about doing, the student programs, 3D printing, all these other, objectives that they're discussing that they can do science-wise on the ISS. And that's what's pissing me off, is that having to cancel all of that, cancel these events, these things that get these younger scientists involved is just, ugh.
Guys, what if I told you that Rook wanted to do stuff like that? Would you be pissed at him?
Huh. Interesting. I mean, I know he did want to do that in a way, because, private space.
That's what I mean. That budget proposal was put forward with the expectation of him being administrator. You know why? He was on the All In podcast the other day, and he said that, okay, you guys want to hear, you say, oh, canceling conferences is not good for STEM. Blah, blah, blah. He wanted to throw the STEM budget out the window. He said it. He said it in the All In podcast. He said that you think no. He said he would get rid of it. The best way to do it, the best way for NASA to do outreach is by launching things. This is what he said in the All In podcast, and then he used rocket clubs as rocket clubs in the example, of STEM outreach as a way that if one person has a rocket club, everybody's going to have a rocket club, and then it ends up eating all the budget. That's the example that he used.
Which, if you look
I
at
should
the
have said
budget,
that.
the amount for STEM was 0.
I should have said it. I should have said that. I should have said it on the stream. Sorry, the conversation shifted. But
Blame Jack. It's fine.
why is it an either or thing? I don't know, because we've been conned into thinking it is, Eric. It's what are you talking about? Like science versus human exploration? We should do both of those things. We should be doing both of those things, and we all think it is a binary decision. It's not. Sorry, I think that's very, very interesting, Fistus. I saw what you said about COBOL. That's crazy. But yeah, like I said, guys, that's why they wanted. That's like, if Jack, we can hear you breathing, by the way.
Sorry,
How dare you? Yes, stop breathing, Jack.
I'm a terrible person.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why the science budget is the way that it is, because it's basically to usher out NASA's aging workforce and usher in a new, fresh crop of science. I think in the coming years, we would have seen the science budget go back up if Rook had been the administrator. Now, the other thing I really didn't get to say on there is that we really don't know what NASA's future is at this point. It very, very much depends on the next administrator, whoever he nominates. Personally, I really don't want somebody that's a gigantic, huge commercial space advocate, because I think NASA needs to be doing their own thing. Because if they're not doing their own thing, you run into the exact same problem again. If you think the Science Mission Directorate is bad, what do you think about human exploration operations? You think they've been recruiting people left and right to, be flight controllers for all these SLS missions?
EJ?
All of these SLS. What's up?
Have you seen the one that they are proposing now with the change?
The Senate one, yeah, of course.
The what?
What proposal?
No,
what
the
what are you talking
administrator that they are proposing right now.
Who? The Quast? Or whatever his name is?
Yeah,
General
the military
Quast?
guy.
Lieutenant General Quast, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's also
we don't know that for
very
sure.
commercial, but he's commercial to militarize space. So.
All right,
Alex,
I don't know about you guys, but I need to get some food.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But I think
I'm gonna get out of here as well, but
I
I want to hear what EJ has to say. Go, EJ.
Real quick, Falcon, I think he's doing what Jared Saw is doing. Procurement and developing projects into the government requires massive paperwork, delays, checks, and boxes when commercial can move quicker. Yeah, of course, Falcon. That's just circumventing the truth that NASA's broken, and it's a band-aid on the problem. Surrendering our national science institutions and our national spaceflight institutions, to sacrificing them on an altar of commercialism is idiotic. That is a really stupid idea. Yeah, that's bad. Anyway, Alex, dude, we don't know if it's Quast. We haven't heard anything particular. We haven't heard anything concrete. That was what Eric Berger floated, and usually Eric is right. I'll admit it, but we haven't heard that officially. And Lieutenant General Quast looks, yeah, I mean, okay, right, but it just goes back to it, man. NASA needs to be doing their own thing. They need to be doing their own thing. They need to be building their own launch vehicles. I do not, unless launch vehicle procurement can end up being like how ends up being like how the Air Force or something, or the Navy procures ships, with a commercial provider, like, how the Air Force has Boeing 737s that are refuelers and 737s that are AWACS now. Like, unless it gets to that point, like to where NASA could just buy starships and launch facilities from SpaceX and use them for their own scientific stuff, NASA needs to be doing their own thing. If they're not, we're subjecting our whole space program to capitalism, which, while I like capitalism, I don't think that's a good idea.
All right. Shall we head off to get some food?
Okay, Membies.
Yeah.
It's dinner time for all of us.
It's food
Yeah.
I
time.
can feel my stomach eating itself. Thank you, Membies.
Yay.
See you guys. Thank you for
Bye,
watching.
Membies. And EJ's chat.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
Our CPA chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Say again, SPD off. Off. It's orange! Orange 45. Oh my god! Oh my god! Décollage. What do you think? Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Righty, we're back. Rough week for the Trents, but did well with what you had. Thanks. Welcome to the late night space and rocket review. I said we'd talk about the Slick 37 proposal thingamajigger. Mic volume is good. Yep, cool. The Beach Boys shirt. Yes. Guys, I don't know. Like, the more we talk about it, like I hashed out everything and I said everything I needed to say at the on Thursday. The more we like, you know, if for like all the NSF viewers, right? They were, like hadn't gotten, you know, like we hadn't weighed in on it. I just feel gross talking about that whole thing, and I really just never want to talk about it again. I think it's just static. Yeah, I don't ever want to talk about it again. You like the Cuban Friday look. Thanks, man. Is Jack okay? Why do you ask, Mike? Sadly, I imagine that's not the last of it. I mean, I'll keep you guys updated. I'm talking more about the Twitter rhetoric, like what's going on with the space program. I'm never gonna stop telling you guys what's going on. You checked out Hard Words at the end. Wait, you guys heard that? You had to dive headfirst in Rule 8. You're not supposed to feel clean after that. Yep. Saw it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he's fine. He is fine. He will keep on yakking on. All right. Let me get that proposal up. We heard it. What'd you hear? You hear him yell? Or did you just hear him say he's hangry? Where was the Senate rewrite at? I want to go read it. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't have it off the top of my head. Oh, shoot. Here. Give me 1 second. I got to title card us. I do have to say that I think you guys handled the whole thing well. As you really could. Also, Van Broek says hi. Hello. All right. I'm loading up YouTube. Give me 1 second. Okay, what's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. How you guys doing? I told you I'd fire up the YouTube because we actually do a quick space news here before we start Friday night racing. His heavy breathing while he did his 1,000 yards. Yeah, Jack's fine. Jack's fine. He was editing something. He went locked in. That's why you heard the heavy. I'm with you. MSR was stupid from day one. It's been billions of dollars picking up rocks just to set them back down and wait till we figure out how to pick them back up and bring them back. Yeah. The original architecture wasn't bad, to be honest with you, but problem is that you did the original architecture. If you did it and you did it on time, we'd be looking at getting those samples back before we even think about sending anybody there. At this rate, people are just going to be there by the time. So stupid. AOS, what's going on, guys? What, space news after Flame Trench? This is amazing. Not just space news. We got this, dog. Starship Super Heavy at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The draft environmental impact statement. There's some interesting news in here. And had we not done Flame Trench today, we would have covered this. But now we're covering it. Here, let's just get to the good stuff. So long story short, this draft environmental... the environmental impact statement, this is called an EIS. The EIS is for SpaceX to take Slick 37 and make Slick 37 into a dual Starship pad launch complex. Yeah, of course, there's still benefit to bottling the samples. Like, sure, I never had a problem with that part. That part's fine. Check that out. That's Slick 37 in its current configuration. It's an X Delta 4 pad right here. See, that's the old Delta 4 pad. It's interesting because it builds around that, so I'm not sure what that building would be used for. But yeah, dual pad launch complex. Towers at this pad 16 meters taller than all other towers. That's no doubt to accommodate the future longer versions of Starship. For sure. Make, what are you talking about? It might be me, dude. I might be dropping frames. Are they going to have to change the roads to get them over there from the Gigabay? No, they can go by 39A. Maybe the ingest server in Europe is no good, Make. Okay. The interesting thing here is that what are they going to do with a HIF? You seem okay on YouTube. No frame drops on YouTube. Cool, cool. Okay, peace. Cool. Good to know. Just a refresher for me. Slick 37 was Delta 4. Delta 4 and Delta 4 Heavy, William. Yes. Slick 37 was originally built during the Apollo program. It was a Saturn 1B launch complex with 2 launch pads and 1 mobile service tower. The MST could actually move back and forth on rails between pad A, which is right here, which was never used, and pad B, which is right here, which was right where my mouse cursor is. Slick 37 was used to launch a couple of Saturn 1B missions, testing different things. And then after that, they abandoned it because the Saturn 1B wasn't needed and the Apollo program got canceled. And then in the late 90s, McDonnell Douglas and Boeing converted it into a Delta 4 pad. They didn't really convert anything. They basically just built up a huge mound right here and put a mobile service tower and a fixed service structure on it. So what SpaceX is doing now is proposing a twin pad launch complex, with one of them being right by the original Slick 37 blockhouse, and another one being, this is basically where the tank farm is for the current launch facilities that are there. Pretty cool, man. What's interesting to me, dudes, here, let's load up Slick 37. Looks like the tank farm is further away than currently from either Boca pad. That's good. Yep. I've noticed some things here. How are they going to get the rockets down here? Well, Jim, that has something to do with what I'm noticing. So check this out. This is what Slick 37 looks like right now. So we're looking at a Starship pad in a tower where your hydrogen tank is, for the most part. and then another one right here. Yeah, right there. That's what we're looking at here, which is very interesting. It does not use any of this hardware from the original, the redone Slick 37B. None of that is being used. That's the first Slick 37B right there. It was a pedestal style launch pad with a flame deflector. You could see the tracks for the deflector right there. There was a fixed service structure placed right here. When they reactivated the pad for the Delta program, for the Delta 4 program, they just demolished all this, and then they just built a new thing they just crudely pasted this to one side, which is interesting. They did that so they could get access to the tanking facilities. But either way, what would they even be horizontally integrating on Starship? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they would do with the HIF. Aqualex, my guess is that SpaceX would just use it to stage GSE or modifications or upgrades or whatever. This is kind of the reason why I always theorize Slick 37B as being a Falcon launch facility, because you have stuff that's better suited to Falcon than Starship. And that's why I always thought, Starships would be, Falcon operations would move off of 39A and move to here, and Starship would take over the entire 39A facility, but that's not what happens. That's not what happened. Why not a three-pad? Why not three pads? Launch complex. Why not a three-pad launch complex? 2 Starships and a Falcon Heavy. That could be the reason, Goalie, why they're not modifying any of the Delta 4 stuff or the HIFs. I mean, it's possible. The other thing that I've noticed here is that if you look, there's an entrance to the pad complex here, and then SpaceX is also putting one over here. They're putting one over there that picks up on old A1A. That was the highway before the Space Center was here. There's an entrance that basically is going to be right here. Maybe they'll use A1A to get the rockets down. Because, yeah, when the highway used to go right here, and then when the Apollo program started, when they started doing Apollo stuff, they moved it. Where did old A1A go? Yeah, that's right. It went down here, and then it turned that way. And then old A1A went down here. And fun fact, old A1A was there before Port Canaveral was, and you could see where it went. This is all artificial. That port was used to never be there. There used to be land there, and then there used to be a road that crossed there. You can see it on Google Earth. A1A, Beachfront Avenue. Yes, from the Vanilla Ice song. Yes, precisely. So when the Apollo program came along, they diverted it and made it actually just go around. Don't forget you have 5 guys. Oh yeah. Can you check history maps on Google Earth? Sure, but there's no real good particular pictures. I mean, you could see what Slick 37 looked like before the Delta program right there, which is pretty cool. And you could see McDonnell Douglas and Boeing building that facility out for Delta 4. Is that Magnum PI shirt? Oh, yeah. It says they're expanding the road all the way to 39A so it can bring Starship down that way. Yep, that's my thought. It's going all the way up here. Because the only real way to get Starships out here is to cross the gate, this bridge right here. Every other bridge to get out to, like the Space Force station, no, that's the only way to get real heavy stuff down here. How long do you think it will take them to build? Sorry if I missed it. This calls for a year-long construction. 12 months of construction, I think, done by Trey. Fact check me on this one. When did the construction end? I know you told me this. What country do you think the first international Starship pad will be in? Australia. Australia. That bridge just got redone like 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. Hey, you got a link to this document? Yeah, of course I do. What about NASA losing its ride to the ISS? That's not happening. If it does, it would be unprecedented, Warhammer. That would be like NASA getting rid of the shuttle program, like after fixing the Hubble Space Telescope. Why Australia? When Joe Biden was in office, he gave an executive order to go lax on ITAR exports, so armed trafficking exports with Australia, opening up Australia for space flight. Yeah. That in the U.S. U.S. Transportation Command is very, very interested in moving stuff very quickly around. Australia is close to China. That's it. Planned is end of 2026 to early 2027, but delays are possible. Yep, there you go. Yeah, no good. Yeah, I got you. No good. Was that you I was talking to in chat on Flame Trench? Was that watching Starbase live around midnight? Found the reason for the roundabout. Dump trucks don't have to cross traffic. Yes, it's for trucks to turn around. Fun fact, Mike. Roundabouts. Let's go over here. Or not roundabouts. Like cul-de-sacs and roundabouts are implemented so fire trucks can turn around in residential neighborhoods. If you notice, all these residential neighborhoods don't have a dead end. That's so trucks can turn around. If they do have a dead end, there's a cul-de-sac. That's why these exist. So fire trucks can get in here and fight fires effectively. That's why that's there. In SpaceX's case, it's not for fire trucks, but for dump trucks. But yes. Mm-hmm. Don't you mean rotary? I do mean rotary. Did they say when they'll be taking over Pad 37? Or there are those weird corners that are wider than normal? Yeah. Wait, so what is the planned number of Starship pads right now? 2 in Boca Chica, 1 at 39A, 2 at Slick 37 is the tentative plan, dude. Hey, Spoon.
Go at throttle up.
Crazy last 36 hours in space news. It's just blowharding, dude. Don't worry about it. Anyway, thanks for the 58 months. Guys, I might want to go grab food. I haven't eaten anything since 9 a.m. this morning. Ugh. Are you covering the launch in 2 hours? If it pops up between racing, sure, of course. I feel like there can't just be a 1 at 39A. Mason, I said this, and man, did I get flack for it. People was like, no, that's not going to happen. No, that's not going to happen. Dude, they're building it. They're going to build another pad here. They're going to build another pad. I'm sorry. Like, they're going to build another pad here. There's no way they have this entirety of 39A. There's no way they can have all of this and they're not building another Starship pad. Starship pads don't take up a lot of space, believe it or not. Dude, Mason, I personally think that there's going to be another tower over here. There's going to be another one over here somewhere. Or down here somewhere. There's going to be another one. They're going to build another pad here, or at least put in the provisions for another pad. The size of the here, I'll show you. Just look. This is what prompted this theory. Let's go over here. Let's go here. Harry Stranger. Harry posted pictures of 39A a little while back. Look here. Look at this picture. Do you see this? The amount of graded area here? The amount of graded area goes from almost the bottom of the BDA, blast detonation area, which is the outer perimeter for the pad, all the way almost up to the freaking seashore over here, right? The amount of graded area that's being put in here is absurd. That is bigger than the launch facility in Boca Chica. That's bigger. This is a bigger graded area than the entirety of the twin pad launch complex at Boca Chica. So pad 1 and pad 2. They're building, like, dude, and then look, like right there, you can see the flame trench, and you can see the flame trench. You can see where the pad's going to be. Look at how much space that takes up comparatively. Now, if I had to guess, your water systems are probably here, and your tank farm's going to probably be over here. So what's going down here? See all this extra area that's being graded? Bro, they're building another pad there. They're absolutely building another pad there. Yeah, goalie, I got it. Yeah, it's Starbase now. Remo, can you bring me the food? Is that fair? Can you do that? If you want to call me a lazy piece of crap, I would agree with you. I'm only gonna ask this once. You can? Oh, I love you so much. You're the best. The best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you up. Give me 1 second. Feed me, Brimo. Obligatory EJ was right about Congress pushing back on the NASA cuts, and I probably freaked out way too much. Told you. There's no way. Dude, this isn't my first... This isn't... Space Ghost, do you know that meme? That James Franco with the noose around his neck saying, first time? This is my first time seeing the rug attempted to get pulled out from NASA, dude. There's no way. This is no way. Oh, Jack has COVID, by the way. That's why he wasn't feeling good. Yeah, that's why he was like grumbly at the end of the flame trench. Yeah, he's COVID, by the way. First time? Yeah, this ain't my first rodeo, homie. That's why I'm saying calm down. That's why I think this is all a crock of crap. It's just two guys that Two very important people yelling at each other. It's an unstoppable force hitting an immovable object. Don't worry about it. You just realized it was an NSF shirt. Very nice. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I don't get credit for that, but anyway. Why are you looking at me like I'm crazy?
Because first you have to tell me what made you upset on Flame Trench that you had to rant about it for an hour afterwards.
What do you mean rant about it for an hour? Flame Trench post show was 30 minutes. That Flame Trench went 3 hours.
What made you so upset on Flame Trench that you had to rant about it after then?
What do you think?
Who said what? Tell me the tea.
No, Jack was not happy with this, and the conversation we were having, and I'm doing this because I want a hamburger, by the way. I was basically trying to make the point that this is not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Like,
And what was Jack's?
Jack thinks it could have been a big deal.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, it's probably not. It's probably not going
Okay.
to be a big deal.
Fair.
Hamburger, please.
It's cold.
I don't care. Thank you. How you doing?
I'm fine. We have to be next door by 8 tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just letting you know.
That's not great.
It's for a good cause.
So yeah.
I know.
That's not great. Oh boy. Yeah, you glad you're missing all the Canadian
Yep.
wildfire smoke right now? Yeah, it's down. It's over here, Spoon. It's over here too. We should. I can't say that.
I don't think it's over here yet, is it?
It is. It's screwing with the air quality. I saw that on the news. So
Oh, okay.
I have a funny thing to say. It's tongue in cheek. Nah, that's not bad. What are you doing?
I was wondering if it was, green screen my stripes.
You got a moment and groom lead us in the dark. Canadian wildfires are sending all this bad polluted air down here. We should tariff them for it. Okay, there you go. Should put tariffs on that bad air. It's a joke. Relax. We shouldn't normalize that behavior on here. Damn Canadians and their smoke. This is an imbalanced trade deal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okie, tier 3, 123. Who are you, Geeson? Just stop it. Yeah.
Or are we deporting the smoke?
Can't make a joke out of it. What can you do? Canadians, you guys know I love you. You guys are all right.
Alright, yeah, do what you want to do, but yeah, we gotta be over there at 8.
Yeah, I'll just do one race and then
Alright.
I'll bees.
Alright, cool.
Yep. Brandon says hi.
Chat, it's for a good cause. I don't want to dox us by saying what we're doing, but it's for a good cause.
We have some prior commitments tomorrow morning that we've committed to a long time ago. I should have known better. This is mostly my problem.
We'll tell you about it later.
Yeah, we actually have a sense of humor as Canadians. Yeah, I know. You guys are all right. We still love you. We'll send you more maple cookies. Oh, yeah, bud. Oh, yeah.
Pour the Canadian smoke back to Europe.
joke, right? Like, it's a good joke. It's pretty funny.
All right, I'm gonna head back before I get. I don't know. I had too much to drink.
I will see you in the morning.
Okay, I love you, baby.
Love you too.
I'm sure whatever happened is fine.
Oh, nothing. I was just trying to. No, we're good. I was just playing devil's advocate on Flame Trench. Because we can't all sit here and agree that, like, right? Like, that's no fun. So here's what I'm doing. I'm taking this disgustingly large burger, putting it in this bag, because tinfoil, and I'm putting it in the microwave. I'll be right back. If this looks like a disgustingly greasy bag of greasy, super greasy food, well, it is. Yeah. I'm going to eat it. Do I know it's not good for you? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. But also, just give me a second. Just give me a second and enjoy fake EJ. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this guy. Look at how happy he is. Hey, we're done. 64-month resub. Are they Cajun fries? I think they're regular. Mm-hmm. I'm still here. If you want to keep talking about space. I think 39A is going to be a twin pad complex. Sure, Perry. Will I use the Canadian app on stream? I don't think I ever installed the dang thing. But we absolutely should. Burger. My question is, how are you going to integrate payload at 37? I don't think Starship will integrate payload anywhere near the pads. I think that Starship will have a payload changeout facility that is not near the launch complexes to load payloads into it. At least at first. I don't know, Aqualex. I don't know how you doubled, said two different things, but all good. What are you eating? Can you do a Coronet photo dump in the CCC project thread? No, because I'm eating. Oh, Mason, thanks for the summary. That's cool. Did you see the law restricting Mach 1 Plus commercial being relaxed? Yeah, good stuff, man. The question is, will 39A become a triple launch site after Falcon 9 is phased out? Yes. Oh, download, extract, run exe, set source in OBS, green chroma. Okay, give me 1 second, Phenomenon. We'll get it going. Give me 1 moment, guys. We got something teed up. It's funny, trust me. I wanted to rares, especially during the sports segment, but I didn't get a word in. All right. What's that, Baron? Sonny Williams thinks the next Starliner flight should be uncrewed. Oh boy. Predominant, what am I setting as source here? And what kind of source are we doing? Do we set it as an image or what? Media source? Your favorite sentence on the Slick 37 document is this page being intentionally left blank. Okay. So set it as a game capture. Okay. Same as capturing a game. I don't use game capture, dude. I use desktop captures and capture a windowed full screen game. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm working on something. All right. I'm running the EXE. All right. Huh. Is it gaming time? Nah. Well, yeah, almost. The EXE isn't showing up on the window thing, dude. That's weird. It should be. Give me 1 second. I need something to drink. Yeah, I got a Five Guys burger right now. I'm just eating it. That's why I have the picture up. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Hey, why is it not working there, buddy? Why is it not working, buddy? The flapping head is not flapping. What is that about, guy? It's not detecting your mic. Well, yeah, it's because I'm using a line in. I'm using line in. Phenomenon, how do we tell it to pick up the right one? I got an idea, friend. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm using the picture. Remember? Hold on a minute. We can get this working. Ugh. I'll update it, scrub this one for now. Oh, okay. All right, fine. Fine, we'll scrub it for now. Okay. Yeah. I'm teed in the line in. Phenomenon. Five guys. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta pick up Five Guys. Well. Has anyone been able to watch Scott's video on the iSpace lander crash? I haven't watched it, Raris, dude. Yeah, I haven't watched it. Not yet. Hang on. No, I did not bring enough for Chatty Walk. Brimo bought me this, not you. Camera frame rate is bad. Don't look bad to me. No, Alexa, I haven't. Good to know that NASA uses Herman Miller Aerons. Yeah, that's all they have in mission control. So yeah, that's big, dude. I'm just gonna finish plowing through this, guys. Give me 1 second. Then, Max, what time are we gonna start racing, dude? Or are we starting now? Are they doing a 1-tank farm like Starbase? I always say 9 p.m. and we all know it starts when you arrive. Okie dokie. Let me finish up the burger. I will pop into Discord and we go. We got Montreal, Formula 3 at Montreal, Circuit Gilles. But yeah, they're using 1-tank farm, outdoorsman. Yep. A lot of this stuff is in superbly close proximity to each other. Wait a minute. How are they going to get a starship on this thing? Chopsticks, if the chopsticks are on the tower right here, how are you going to put... Huh. First footage of the Goblin.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, inverter. Cool. 3-2 Oilers. Oh. Chopsticks on the bottom left? Well, if they're on the bottom left, how the heck do they put something on the launch mount, dude? With what's going on at Pad 2 at Starbase, wouldn't you want to stage right here? I don't think the chopsticks can swing all... I don't think they can swing like that, but whatever. It's just me. Yeah, Max, that's what I'm thinking. This is the only real place to do it. But it's clear that they have a staging area on the other side. Interesting. Can't they turn the other way? Well, they have 180 degrees of movement from what I can tell based off of this point. Right? So the chopsticks can go here and they can swing all the way around to about here. So, I mean, somebody said that it's notional, right? This is a notional thing. It's not going to look exactly like this. This is just, like it isn't the exact land. This is just a visual representation of what they're going to do. So I'm sure it'll change a little bit, but perhaps single pad, a single deflector, right? So the flame trench doesn't look exactly like pad B and doesn't shoot this way, but it only deflects that way. And that one only deflects that way, perhaps. Hey, Ride Tech, what's up, man? How long ago these plans put out? These things came out the other day, dude. All right, I'm done eating food, so. That was freaking delicious. It's not, Five Guys isn't good for you. I understand that, but gosh, dang, was that good. What did we make? That was Five Guys, dude. I didn't make nothing. That's Slick 37, geek. Cajun fries all day. No doubt, but Bree didn't get Cajun fries. Yeah, that's probably it, Aqualex. I can't remember the last time I had Five Guys. I don't really eat fast food except chicken McNuggets from time to time. But that's like maybe once a month. I haven't had Five Guys I don't think I've had Five Guys this year. I only get it every once in a while because it's delicious food, but it is a little bit on the pricey side, and it's not really good for you. It is very artery clogging, but it's good. Aqualex, you said it best. It's good for the soul. All right. That's how 39A is set up. Yeah, but 39A is going to bring stuff in from over here. You can't. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Monkas, what's up, Aaron? What's on your mind? What's up, buddy? We gotta start racing, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be that guy right now. Yeah. That's crazy. Starter valve on this on the mechanical starter is damaged, so it has to be opened manually to send 28 psi of air to the engine. One wrong move and you get swallowed whole. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the guy's well behind the cowl, so he's well behind the cowl, so it's not bad. And in other news, the Red Sox are losing. Sweet. You see F-16 crew chiefs do that all the time? All right, let's get to racing, dude. Got a full stomach now. We good. The guy filming was waiting for something to happen. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the space news thing. I wanted to share that, but I'll look at it more over the weekend, and we will check it all out on Monday. All right, so this is gonna do it for space news. I'm gonna jog the VOD over on YouTube, or do you guys want to watch racing over on YouTube? Do you want me to just shut the VOD off? You want to have a good weekend? What are you doing? I'll jog the VOD on YouTube. If not, we'll just go over to Twitch. But the thing is when I'm racing, I can't really see YouTube chat. So keep it. Yeah. Nobody's saying anything over there, no good God. So I think I'm probably just gonna shut it off. You like racing, Brendan? Okay. I check it out here. Okay. All right. We'll jog it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let's start Friday Night Racing.